All right, what's good, everybody? Happy Monday. How y'all doing? So obviously it's been a few days since we have gotten to chat with each other here, but also it's a new month, which means for ManaTraders they're doing a new series, and this month's tournament is Vintage, which I have next to no experience with. Oh, we do have experience with robots though. So I've got a couple of lovely chat robots that are going to get blocked here. Goodbye. Good night. That was fast. Man, we just got here. Anyway. So yeah, Vintage is here. I have absolutely no idea what's going on with this format. So what I'm going to do here is just check out what the format looks like as a whole right now, especially with Modern Horizons 2 having been released, and just kind of see what the hell's going on. Because, like, I do have a good idea of what a lot of the older decks do. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So Kristen's like making sure I know that there's like a bunch of cardboard running around here so that I don't actually like, you know, fuck everything up. So what's going on here is that she's got this scavenger hunt thing going on. It's called
Gish.
Yep, it's called Gish, and it's run by Misha Collins, who is Castiel in the Supernatural TV show. And the idea is that for basically a week straight, she's going to be doing very weird scavenger hunt shit. Like, right now she's making a cardboard sign to, like, spin around and do dancey things with. But with the cardboard sign, you have to actively be championing something that, you know, she thinks that most people would not care about otherwise.
Well, no, I mean, it can just say, like, whales are cool, or, like, you look nice today.
Oh, I'm sorry, something nobody would think to put on a sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something I want people to know.
Something that she wants people to know. Got it.
I mean, basically.
So yeah, so, like, there's that. She's got, like, an R2-D2 outfit over there. She's, like, had her hair in the shower, but also made it into the shape of an impressionist painting, which, to be fair, she actually did a pretty freaking good job on. Like, it was actually pretty good. I was impressed.
It was only my second attempt, too.
Oh, that's even better. Nice.
Yeah.
So, like, she'll be doing really weird stuff all week, and it's kind of sick. Doomsday is the best deck, but it's insanely hard to pilot well. Doomsday is here. Blah blah Oracle Street Wraith. Demonic Consultation? This is legal? Oh shit. I didn't realize this card was legal in like anything. Exile the top 6 cards, reveal until you get a card with the chosen name. So you simply you name something that's not in the format or not in your deck. Yeah, so like you do this, you name like, I don't know, in your blue black deck, you name like Mountain, and Thassa's Oracle trigger resolves, and then you just win. Okay, but I guess you can only play one. Is there also the 2-mana one, Tainted Pack? No. Tainted Pack cannot be in this. Necropotence, Flusterstorm, 4x. That makes sense actually. Preordained still a 4x in this format. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, and I'm going to be learning a lot today, I believe, because like I will not pilot this deck. There's no fucking way I can get this right. There's even a watery grave here on top of the 4 underground seas. Not like a basic swamp. Is there days in this? There is a days in this. That makes sense. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't think I could pilot a big brain deck that's like, yo, this deck is so big brain that it's playing Water Grave and Doomsday and Necropotence in the same deck. Discover N, who plays the deck, is more likely to top 8 than place lower in a challenge. Wow, that's... Oh, yeah, I see the person's name here. There's Discover N, Discover N again, Discover N again, Discover N again. Yeah, alright, cool. I see it. Alright, cool. Respect to that person. Yeah, I don't think I could pilot that. So, what's this? Dragon's Rage Channeler? What? Oh, these are just like blue X mid-range decks. Okay. So, I'm going to be looking at, I guess, all of these 4 here. This is the first place, or rather, this is a trophy list here. And they won a Vintage Challenge with this just last week. Yeah. So what do we got? Hierarchs, Oofs, Lavinias, Archons, Endurances, and Okos. Oh my god, Oko's legal. We got Darcy's, Ragavans, Dreadhorde, 2 Sprite Dragon, Dak Faden, Narset's a one-off. Oh, duh, Narset's restricted. I knew that. A misdirection? Oh, sure, you misdirect their Ancestral Recall and then you get to draw 3 to replace the 2 that you spent. Okay, I get it. And of course, deny their draw 3, which is, yeah. Bolt, Misstep, Ponder, Preordain, Pyroblast 2 in the main? I understand it. I don't know if I like it, but I get it. Okay. How is this only 753 ticks? Seems cheap. Hetamoto. Oh, well, alright. A Mystic Sanctuary. Right, that's legal in formats. Oh, there's got to be one of those in that Doomsday deck, right? There's no way there's not a Mystic Sanctuary in a Doomsday deck somewhere. There's not? What? Oh, shit. I'm surprised. What's this? Alright, go away. Ooh, Sedgemoor Witch. I like it already. Sphinx of the Steelwind? Is that your Tinker target? Oh, I guess there's a Bolus of Citadel. That seems better, but... do you have lifelink? Is that a thing? It does have lifelink, so I guess it's not nothing? 2 Fatal Bushes? Mystic is too slow for Doomsday? Okay, okay. I mean, color me surprised, but noted. Lavinias, Hull Breachers, Monastery Mentor, Ethereal Foragers in this, not Murktide Regent? I mean, I guess getting back your Ancestral Recall is pretty dope, so... And there's not, like, much Lightning Bolt in the format, so... Alright, I guess I can see it. There's an Expressive Iteration. This seems dope as shit, with all the power. Okay. Gideon of the Trials? Sure. I can see that being a thing. So, Golo Stacks. Okay, this is the deck I do know. This is just workshop.deck, right? Nothing's changed here. I assume. Yeah, okay. Urza Saga. That's a pretty big change. Oh, so they just don't have to play anywhere near as many creatures. They're not playing like the stupid 3/2 artifact lords and stuff anymore. You can just play like this and this plus Urza Saga, and that's good enough now. I like this a lot better. It seems a lot more stable. 25 lands and like just 1,000,000 points of mana. Am I tripping, or is this just like actually just seems super OD? Like, this seems really good. Like, yeah, you just play like 4 of these, name their mana sources or their planeswalker or whatever. That's restricted, so you can't play more than one. 1 Chalice, I did know that. Blah blah, 1 power. Then a bunch of shit that you can search for with Urza Saga. I'm medium surprised there... Oh, actually, no. Shadow Spear's not that relevant here, I guess, because there's not that many aggro matchups. Also, Justin Gennari, the biggest vintage tree. Oh, I know that name. Is that, actually level 1? I think that's who that person's name is. We'll be putting out a ManaTraders vintage metagame video soon before the series. Well, the series actually starts today, which is why I'm looking at it now. But I do think I might want to digest that later. That's actually really good. Because actually who I was going to hit up, like, I was actually going to hit up Brian Koval, because, like, yeah, like, I know him IRL, so what's a girl got to do to get some Bant Spirits in Modern? I might actually play some Bant Spirits, because, like, it might actually be pretty fun. Where's Bant? Here we go. Like, I do have a list for it, and it's got Teferis, and it's got birds, and... There's a lot of stuff going on in the sideboard, too, that I currently like. Like, I'm playing Prismatic Endings because it's a 3x, 3-color deck. Couple of forces. I put a Subtlety in for Titans and stuff like that. So, that might actually end up happening. Like, I do like what's happening here. So, I'm not going to say no to Bant Spirits in Modern. And these actually have a little bit of play against things like Murktide Regent and Stormwing Entity. So, yeah, that might actually be something that we end up playing either today or Wednesday, one of the two. Subtlety seems cool against Titan. Yeah, I like it a lot there. It's good against Titan, it's great against Tron, and those are like some of the worst matchups for like our 2-2s. So yeah, there is actual like my only real problem with Bant is that Collected Company and I are not friends. That card does not like me at all, but I am still not like necessarily against playing this. Another thing that I might end up doing with this sideboard is finding room for like Akira in the main deck. I was thinking of one of these two Shacklegeists and taking out the Worship for a second copy of Subtlety because people are starting to play Tron again. And Worship is, I'm not going to say bad because I don't believe it's bad, but it does have spots where it just like doesn't really have text because so many of the decks that you're looking to play Worship against have hyper efficient removal that Worship like sometimes just doesn't even really matter or like have text. Like just a 4-mana do nothing where I can put in Subtlety and in the matchups where you want it, that's a 4-mana do something. So yeah, so that might be a thing that ends up happening, yeah. But I am definitely interested in looking at this format because like I play this format like less than once a year, so it's just really exciting to take a look at. Well, I guess it's actually like 3 times a year now, because like ManaTraders does this like once or twice a year, and I did play Eternal Weekend last year, to be fair. I played in one of the Eternal Weekend events. So I guess it's about 3 times a year total. So what is this? Sedgemoor Witch deck. I like Sedgemoor Witch. I think the card's actually pretty sweet. I can get behind playing this. 2 Night's Whispers? Is that the best option for draw cards? Preordain, obviously Brainstorm, Recall, etc., broken cards, Ponder. Man, is Night's Whisper really the best option for just draw 2? Blue-black Tinker? Yeah, because you have your Tinker, you get your Sphinx of the Steel Wind, there's a Citadel over here. Can I link you my Bant Spirits list for advice? Yeah. Go ahead and send a link via a whisper in Twitch, and I will see that. Just let me know when you've actually sent it so I can be reminded to look at my Twitch whispers. What's this? Okay, so this is the Forager list that we looked at earlier. I did lament a little bit about the 2 Pyroblasts in here. They do make sense, but I don't know. Obviously, all of these people who are actually playing these decks have infinitely more Vintage experience than I ever will, but it's... Okay, outcome I'm aware of. Yeah, blah blah combo, Monastery... Oh, this deck isn't playing any Sedgemoor Witches, even with... Okay. I guess it doesn't trigger all the offer the artifacts, so, like, it's nowhere near as good as a Mentor, but, like, having a second source of this type of effect might still be worth? I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm gonna be decent enough at piloting this deck fresh, so I'm just not gonna try. Deathrite, Collector Roof. I do like this. I like Endurance a lot. I think Endurance is super gas. Deathrite, Oofs, Tarmogoyfs, Endurances, 2 Leovolds, a Narset, and 3 Okos. I sent the tapped out link. Okay, cool. So I'll be able to check that out with you, yeah. Ancestrals, Brainstorms, Flusterstorms, 3 Assassin's Trophies. Bazaar of Baghdad, got it. I was about to ask why the hell are they playing this instead of Abrupt Decay, but the answer is Bazaar of Baghdad. And I guess Bolus of Citadel is a pretty good one too, but Bazaar's the big one. 2 Force of Vigor, 4 Force of Will, Victor Time, Cruise, 18 real lands and some power, sure. Bug is very good in the current metagame. This deck looks great. Honestly, the only card in this entire deck that I don't think I would choose to play is the Tarmogoyfs, but I understand why they're there. Like, sometimes you just need, like, a really good clock. And just, like, a 5/6 for 2 is still, like, pretty good rate. But other than that, I think I like everything here. Like, this deck just legitimately looks great. And And this deck is well under 900 ticks, which means I can totally play this too. I'm going to look at a few different lists for Bug. I think I like what's happening here. Is that the same person? No, these are different people. Okay, good. Super Cow, Kihara Works, Light and Schwell. I will take a look at this 5th place list, 8th place list, and the 6th place list from the same event. Okay, let's check them out. Same creature base. That's the one we just looked at. Exact same creature base. These are nearly identical. Opposition agent? That's... I guess. No Narset in this one? No Narset in this one. A Sylvan Library instead? I like this list a lot less. I'm off of this one. Get out. Opposition Nation. This one is playing the Narset. Also playing the Opposition Agent. Like, I get it. Using Opposition Agent to effectively counter Tinker is pretty big. Oh, wait. Hold up. Does Doomsday use the word search? Is that a thing? Where's the card Doomsday? Here it is. Search your library. Okay, I see what's happening here. Okay, yeah. Never mind, I'm on it again. 3 Goyfs, 2 Leovolds. So what are we not playing to get there? You are playing Ponder, 3 trophies, Gush, Dig, Cruise, 4 trophies, no Narset, Sylvan Library. I'm back off of you. Go away. 3 trophies, Tutor, Time Walk, Brainstorm. Is there no non-trophy removal in this deck? Jailer, Energy Flux, another Opposition Agent. Ravenous Trap is the other one. Vintage day today, or are you going back to look and play Modern? Today I'm at least going over the Vintage meta to see all of what it looks like. Now, Sire Boomlot did say that a actual Vintage expert is putting out a bit of Vintage metagame content, so I might actually just wait and digest that so that I can see like an actual expert's thoughts on the meta and what it looks like. But at least I want to get familiar with what a lot of these top decks are doing so that I have some idea of what I'm looking at even when watching the video. Because if I can, like, you know, kind of go over these decks, then I'm not going to just like have to, you know, pause a video, go over it, pause a video, go over it, and all that stuff. There are Vintage metagame sheets as well published in his Twitter. Am I thinking of the right person? Is that actually level 1? Am I matching up the right name to the right person? I think I am, but I don't know. I feel like I'm thinking of the right person. So let's look at Twitter. Oh! And yes, I am. Cool. Okay. I thought I was. MTG links and references. What is this, like a magic resume? Oh, it literally is a vintage or magic resume. All right, I'm off it. How to take max damage in 1 turn. Sad Justin noises. That's cute. Seeing a lot of Monkey is good in Vintage when I think it's a lot closer to Yuta's good at Magic. Okay. So he's saying that Ragavan is slightly overrated in Vintage. They're playing some Bazaar decks. Alright, let's see what Yuta Takahashi's doing. It's also true, Yuta Takahashi is like actually absurd at Magic. Wait, what? Okay. 18 lanes, only 3 of which are wastelands, not 4. Ponder, 3 Flusters, Brainstorm, Recall, Misstep, Cataxian Probe. Good stuff, good stuff. 2 Dazes, 3 Ragavans, Deathrite, Oofs, 2 Goyfs, 2 Ren and 6s, 4 Walkers. No. 2 Ren and 6s, 4 Okos in 1 Dak Vaden, and an Arset. That's a lot of Planeswalkers. A Gush, 4 Forces, and a Treasure Cruise. Ooh. I like this. 2 Unholy Heats. I am... Oh yeah, basement keys. Here you go.
And my blue Sharpie is basically dead, so I'm gonna go get paint from my apartment.
Okay, have fun. See you when you come back.
Paint all over the bed.
Didn't you say you already cut a hole in a sheet? Yes. Then who cares about making a mess? I'm gonna toss the sheet out anyway. Go for it. Have fun.
Don't toss the sheet out. We might need it for something.
Oh, sure. So, I will take the sheet off the bed later in anticipation of either tossing it out or letting you play arts and crafts with it.
Just
better?
Throw it in Narnia. Don't get rid of it.
Okay, fine.
Ever.
Oh, what? I mean, alright.
Gish comes every year.
Whatever, yeah. It could come in handy.
I needed a sheet for like 3 out of the 5, so...
You've only done 5? I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is 5.
Cool. I just assumed you've done more.
I think the first one was 2017.
Alright.
And they're like the mini ones that I do.
Oh, yeah. Like the in-between, the half years or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, where's the...
Alright, so I actively really like this. I understand this third Tarmogoyf in the board. I think I would probably try to play something else instead of Goyf. I just, like, Goyf is good. I will not, like, clearly not saying that Goyf is bad. But I might try to play something else instead of that. Whatever. Deck looks good. So what else is happening? Vintage Challenge data, 4-color Deathrite Shaman, Bug, Doomsday, Paradoxical Outcome. Best win rates among high play is Golos, Doomsday, and Bug. Okay, so that's good to know. Yes, this tournament was 40% Deathrite Shaman decks. Man, that reminds me of Legacy back when that thing was legal. Holy shit. Vintage Challenge, 2nd place. Legion's End, everybody. Ooh, 4 Dauthi Voidwalkers in the sideboard. I know they're cut off on my screen here. Monastery Mentors in the board. Where's the rest of the deck list? 4 Hull Breachers, a Platinum Angel, Citadel, a Karn. Oh, you can only play 1 Karn. I did know that. Outcome 4. Oh, they're just 2 different two different sets of Force of Wills. Got it. A deck that actually wants to play Time Twister. I don't like this deck. This is not a deck I would enjoy playing. Yuta is way too good at Magic. That's facts. That's real. Today was another day where I felt Saga was a liability more than a bonus. Oh. I like that. That's a real tweet. Okay. What happened here? Oh, that's obnoxious. What's this? No chance do I play this deck. I don't want to play anything Brain Freeze related. First in the Vintage Challenge with Elementals? What the fuck? Oh, this is just like a Madness deck that happens to play Fury. That's very different from Elementals. Okay. Yeah, I would never want to play this. That, don't get me wrong, that is very cool, but no. God, that looks awful. Yuck. Okay, so we're looking at another challenge here. So most played are Bug and Doomsday and Tinker. The best win rates are Squee and Doomsday. So that means that your point earlier about Doomsday being the best and most consistent deck there, at least for the last couple of weeks, is just straight up justified already looking at this. Because you'll see like the most played are Doomsday and they have the best win rate in 2 consecutive challenges. So that's pretty good, obviously. But the same seems to be true for Bug, and you did say that Bug was really good, so that also seems to line up. So I'm going to, I guess, take a look at these Bug lists. Shaman, 3 oofs, 2 oofs. I think I would choose to play 3. Endurances, Leovolds. God, Endurance seems so strong. An opposition agent. I do like the agent. I think I would actually try to shave down Goyfs in favor of either more walkers or Goyfs, or the sideboard for my spirits list is unfinalized. Okay. So that's fine. We can go over that and see kind of what we would do with the spirits list too. And then obviously we'll get to specifics and all that good stuff when we take a look at your actual list. Alright, so what else are we competing against here? Oath of Druids. This is just 4-color madness, I think. It is 4-colored madness, okay. Dredge. Has Dredge changed at all? Oh, Grief. That's big. Duh. Are there Vengevines? There are not Vengevines to go along with the Grief. I don't know if I like that choice, but I understand. Okay, they're just not trying it. Okay, sure. Okay. Underworld Breach. I don't want to play anything Brain Freeze related. It's too many clicks that I have no experience with for me to think that I can play that deck even slightly competently. Okay, this is just like mostly brain dead Hogaak stuff. Got it. It's weird but cool to see Stitcher Supplier actually seeing play in Vintage. What are you? Urza Emery Thought Monitor? Hey, Fire Design deck. Got it. This deck isn't playing a Karn? I'm a little surprised. Oh, it's in the sideboard. Okay. Okay. Cool, thanks. Of course, you're welcome. This is pretty much exactly what I would expect out of this. Yeah, there's a strong 0 surprise here. Not a deck that I particularly like playing, but this deck is really powerful, so I will not say that I wouldn't play that. Standstill? What are you doing? 3 Timeless Dragons? That's a new one from Modern Horizons 2. You plane cycle. Okay. Okay, so this is like, yeah, just blue-white standstill control. I don't dislike this. What are you? You are... Oh, this is like the Yuya deck. Oh, okay, so apparently this pilot Desai is just like ultra fucking strong with this archetype. 725. Wow, they trophied and won a vintage challenge on the same day with this last week. Yo, go off. Okay, I see you. What is this? Oh, this is just... Okay, so no rags in this list. But they're playing a Jace? No. I think I like that Yuya list a lot better. Let me go back to it. Pictures. I did save it on my desktop. So this one's playing 3 rags, 4 Deathrite Shamans, 2 Goyfs, and 2 Oofs. I think I like this a lot better. But I think I would want better removal in these colors. Like, maybe 1 or 2 of these Unholy Heats in the main. Because, like, the Ren and 6s can't even kill opposing Deathrite Shamans, and I don't know that that's really the life I would choose to live if I were to play this deck, but I get most of it. I think I would... I mean, clearly this... Like, Yuya's just nuts at Magic, too, so, like, I think I will take this list with a grain of salt, because a player like Yuya can just get away with whatever the fuck he wants to do, really. So, the fact that Yuya won with this deck... I'm not going to say it doesn't mean anything, but you got to take that with a grain of salt because he is just much better than your average player, even your average grinder at Magic as a whole. So, like, a list like this can definitely get there in his hands because he's just, like, that good. But I don't think that list is probably built correctly. I think the answer is no. What do we got here? Just Death and Taxes. So, we've got Moms, Katakis, Leonin Arbiters, Relic Warders, 4X, that makes sense here. Luminarch Aspirant. I don't know, like, Luminarch Aspirant is one of those cards that, like, I understand why people play it in these mono-white decks, but I've never actually liked it. It's like, I get it, I just don't like it. Missteps, Path to Exiles, instead of Swords to Plowshares, because not only are you playing Arbiter, but just a lot of decks don't play basics anyway. Lotus's Chalice, Lotus Petal. What? This deck isn't playing any Containment Priests? Oh, they're just 2 in the board. There's 4 Fragmentizes, a Deafening Silence. Is Deafening Silence restricted in this format? Why are you playing 1? Vintage, Banned, List, Magic the Gathering. Or restricted, I guess, but... No, you can play Deafening Silence. Why are you only choosing to play 1? Alright, back to Death and Taxes. 3 Surgicals, 2 Containment Priests, a Stony Silence. Also not restricted, right? No, neither is No Rod, I think. Yeah, you can play all of these things. What the hell? Okay. Like, I understand that this deck is playing a little bit of power, but... Actually, a lot of power. Okay, I guess that's only why I wanted these, but... okay. 3 Katakis. You know, I could slightly meme like I did last year. So, what we're going to do is, first we're going to take a look at Colin's Bant Spirits list. And I will check my Twitch Whispers and all that good stuff for that. What's this? Oh. That was weird. There. And browser is here. Browser is moving here. Once I, figure out how to use the internet and be less of an old man. But let's check this list out. And then once we're done checking this list out, we can go back to what I was looking at there. Perfect. We got the thing. Sick. So we can check out the Bant Spirits list. And then, yeah, like I said, we can go over a lot of Paper Chaser 42, nice username. We can also go over a little more of the vintage meta, and then hopefully come to some kind of conclusion as to what to actually play. So that'd be kind of sweet. Yeah, of course, you're welcome. Yeah, this format has so much going on. So let's get rid of all this extra stuff I don't really need right now. That includes this. Alright, cool. So what do we got here? We got 19 lands, including 2 Glassable Mimics, so there's 21 real lands in here. 4 Noble Hierarchs, Wanderers, Captains, 4 Mausoleum Wanderers, 4 Rattlechains, Shacklegeists, Skyclave, Queller, Supreme Phantom, 3 Vials, 4 Companies. Okay, this is pretty staple as far as lists go. Brittany's Pool, Botanical Sanctums, Horizon Canopy, and a Waterlogged Grove. I don't know, this actually seems like mostly fine here. The only real thing that... Oh, wait. Sideboard is currently 1 Dramoka's Command, 2 Eidolon of Rhetoric, 2 Geist of Saint Traft, 2 Collector Oof, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Core Firewalker, 2 Ruined Halo, and 2 Thalias. Okay. So questions first. As far as your actual sideboard is concerned, is there a specific thing that the Rune Halo is for, first? Second, for core Firewalkers specifically, is there a reason that you're playing Firewalker instead of something with potentially more application, like either Auriok Champion or Sanctifier and Vec, or are you just playing in an environment with a shit ton of actual burn players? Which would also explain a Jamoka's command if the answer is yes. Rune Halo is for Boggles, Infect, and Titan. Okay, so Titan is definitely a thing that sees a lot of play. Where are you playing, like, local events? Are you playing online? What's going on here that you're playing against Boggles and Infect? Because if you're playing locals and there's a lot of people playing Boggles and Infect where you are, that makes sense to me. But if you're playing online, neither of those decks sees a lot of play at all, so I think the spots could be better used. Core Firewalker, I'm not sure. I feel like it would just be a nice catch-all versus aggro. It's okay. Sanctifier on Vec is a little better right now because the graveyard is important. I'm about to move cities, so I have no idea what the meta will be. Okay, that does make a lot of sense to me. So I think what I would do with your list here is actually leave most of this alone. I think your main deck is honestly fine. The only thing that I believe I would change is probably just taking out exactly one of these, like, Horizon Canopies, because you're playing 3, and putting in a second copy of Botanical Sanctum. That way you have a little more of a chance to painlessly play your Noble Hierarch, your Mausoleum Wanderer on turn 1. That's it. Other than that, honestly, your main deck is fine. Like, Glasspool Mimic is okay right now. Like, I think it's a decent effect. The other thing I think I would definitely change in your sideboard right now, especially if you're going to be moving cities and you don't know what people are playing, is I hope you already have these, because I know they're like $25 a piece IRL. But if you do, then I think I would suggest playing Chalice of the Void. The card's really good. It's good against Living End. It's good against Hammer Time. It's good against Temur Rhinos. It's good against just like a whole plethora of... it's good against the same aggro decks that you would already be playing Firewalker against right now anyway. Like, it's good against the red-white or red-blue Prowess deck. It's good against the red-blue Murktide Regent deck. So I think Chalice of the Void is definitely something to look at. But honestly, like, if you don't want to spend a $75 to $100 for 3 or 4 copies of Chalice of the Void, I get it. But I think that is going to be one of the best cards in the meta right now. So let's take a look at the modern meta so that we can see what we're kind of planning for here. So things that we're planning for, I don't have them. Okay. So yeah, like I said, if you don't want to spend a $75 to get them, I don't blame you. But it is a good idea too, because like Hammer Time, it's great. Is it Tempo? It's great. It doesn't do anything here. But it shuts off Temur Rhinos. It shuts off Living End the card. Chalice on 1 has some play against all the removal the Grixis deck is playing. So it plays against Blitz pretty well. So there's a lot of stuff to just be on the lookout for. What else do we got going on here? Jamoka's command is pretty good. I don't know. I think this spot might actually be a little better served by being something else, but I don't know what that something else is right now. Yeah, like... if you don't want to spend the $75 to get the chalices, another card you could play around with is Void Mirror, which helps against a lot of the same decks without costing you $1 million. And it also has the upside of not bodying Tron, but helping against Tron. So it helps against the 0 drops from Hammer Time, but honestly, it's probably too late by that, so don't side it in against that, sorry. But it does help against the free version of 5-color elementals, so like they can't evoke Solitude, they can't evoke Fury, they can't evoke, or they can't rebound the Ephemerates. Crashing Footfalls, it helps. Living End, it helps. And you, like I said, you get the upside of having a lot of play against Tron. That card is sweet. Yeah. And like, I think it's also like MTG socks. Yes, I actually own MTG socks. I literally have Magic the Gathering socks. So my typo is actually pretty funny. So what is this, like $5 maybe? I don't know how much this card costs. Oh, not even. It's $1.13. So yeah, so if you want to like run 2 to 3 copies of this instead of playing Chalice of the Void, you still get some play against the same things that Chalice would be hit by, or that Chalice would hit, except for like 75 to $100 less. So if that's what you want to do against Team Rhinos and stuff for budget purposes, cool, do it. Or if you're not worried about a budget, then yeah, just get Chalices. Obviously I don't know what your financials look like, but I assume that when you're moving, you're probably going to be low on money because moving fucking sucks. Unless you're moving for a new high-paying job, in which case it doesn't suck. So whatever your situation is there, I guess kind of play accordingly. So let's take a look at the rest of the sideboard. Eidolon of Rhetoric I like a lot. Like I actively really love this. I'm moving for school. Oh, so you don't have any money. Got it. So that actually takes out my next recommendation too. Because my next thing was going to be asking if you had access to Cavern of Souls. But if you're moving for school, then yeah, you ain't got it. I understand. Exactly, yeah, we broke. Like, I do remember those days. Oh my god. So back when I went to college, so this is going to be funny to say it out loud, but it's true. It's over 15 years ago now. The game, I actually wasn't playing Magic yet. The game I was playing at the time was DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. So a bunch of us used to go to the arcades all the time when I was younger. And of course, going to the arcade cost money. And since we were really good at DDR, like there were multiple of us ranked in the top 50 in the world at the time, we spent a lot of money playing DDR. It'd be like upwards of literally like 25, 30, sometimes even $40 a day. And that shit was expensive. So trying to like, I guess kind of raise money to do that all the time was super wild. And the internet wasn't cool yet because it was only 2003. So there like was not really a such thing as YouTube. There was definitely no Twitch. And the predecessor to Twitch, it was called Justin.tv, wasn't even a thing yet either. So like there wasn't even the Twitch before Twitch. So there was like no way to get sponsorships or anything like that. So what we did was like, obviously we got jobs and stuff, but also I ended up yeah, like it was wild. Like there was just no such thing as sponsorships yet. So what we did was we literally just like put up a little sign outside of the arcade where we were playing and like, hey, you know, we're trying to get good. Basically just like put money in this hat almost. We had like a little like a shoebox set up, and it was just like, yo, we're trying to get good at this game, fucking put money in here. And that's kind of like a sponsorship, and it actually worked. Like we ended up basically having almost like a panhandler's shoebox outside of the fucking arcade machine, but we ended up being able to play every day. Like it was a thing that worked. But man, if it weren't for all of those really nice people who basically helped support us, there's no fucking chance we played games in college. Are you kidding me? Shit's expensive. So yeah, so no Chalices, no Cavern of Souls, no Force of Negations, noted. But I do like Void Mirror, especially for a fucking $1, because it's still going to play really well against the same decks. So we've got Geist of Saint Traft, which I understand why this is in your deck, but I don't know that I like it right now. What would you cut for Void Mirror? I would cut the Geist of Saint Trafts. So the reason I'm saying to cut the Geist of Saint Traft is because look at all the creatures that are in this meta. Like there's a lot of decks that have no problem blocking a 2/2. So like Hammer Time, a 2/2 just doesn't do anything here. Is it Tempo? Same here. They just play like Aragavan and just don't attack with it, and it's okay. 5-color Elementals has no problem blocking it. Crashing Footfalls can just make 4/4s. Living End doesn't care about it. Grixis actually does care about it. But like you're playing the deck that's already good against removal, so like you can beat Grixis. It takes patience, but you can beat Grixis. Urza Saga decks don't care about a 2/2. Blitz doesn't care about a 2/2. Control does, and Mill does, but these are the only 2 decks out of the top 10, and they are the 9th and 10th decks. So I just don't think that Geist of Saint Traft is really good right now. If people do figure out the control lists and Mill gets a little more popular, and these decks start looking to be like around here instead of down here, then maybe Geist of St. Traff looks a little better. But until then, I don't think that's the case. Collector Oof, I think, is actively great. Rest in Peace is pretty good. We talked about the Firewalkers. How much is Sanctifier on Vec? Oh, also $1. Sick. Or rather $2. Alright, cool. So yeah, this card is also a baller. Like, you get the same pro red stuff that you get from Core Firewalker, except you deal with graveyards, which is more important than random life gain. Because we'll notice that, like, Burn isn't even near the top 15, but black-red decks that use the graveyard are pretty good. So, like, the Grixis deck does, you get some accidental play against things like Mill, because you just, like, dodge all the removal. Actually, I don't think I would sideboard that in against them. But Rakdos Luris, pretty sick. Pro Black is actually pretty relevant against the Stoneforge Mystic deck. So you actually do get like a half decent amount of play with Sanctifier on Vec that you would just not really get with the Core Firewalkers, because the Pro Black is a really big deal against specifically like the Luris decks. So I think I like this, especially for $2, more than the Core Firewalkers. The Rune Halo, I understand. I think I would cut Runed Halo when moving to a new area until you actually know what you're playing against. If you see, like, I don't know, after like a month or two, you move to your new city, maybe Rest in Peace. Well, Rest in Peace is actually pretty good. Especially in local events, not in online places, because like Rest in Peace, I would not cut a Rest in Peace, because Rest in Peace has a lot of play against the decks that you may or may not have to worry about where you're moving to. So like Rest in Peace is great against Izzet Tempo, it's great against Grixis, it's pretty good against Rakdos Luris. So I don't think I would cut Rest in Peace, especially if you catch people out there playing like decks like Dredge and stuff where you're going to. So Rest in Peace is pretty good to keep in your sideboard when you don't know what they're playing. But I would definitely cut the 2 Core Firewalkers for the 2 Sanctifiers to start with. And then, of course, like I said, once you... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It'd be a direct swap with Core Firewalker. And then the Rune Halos, I think I would shave on those until you actually know what you're playing against. And in the spots of the Rune Halos, you can do almost anything with that spot, depending on how you want to kind of proceed. So for right now, we're definitely cutting like the 2 Geist of St. Traffs for the Void Mirrors, and we're cutting the 2 Core Firewalkers for the Sanctifier on Vex. The 2 Rune Halos, I mean, you can keep them in because they are just good against a bunch of decks anyway. But until you know what you're playing against, that might be a bit of a liability rather than an asset. I think what I would do with the 2 Rune Halos for right now would be to play Prismatic Endings in those 2 spots, because those are going to have a lot of play against Hammer Time. They're going to have a lot of play against decks like the Prowess and the Tempo decks that are playing like low to the ground creatures. You can pay 2 and get rid of like Ren and 6s out of the Elemental decks. The good Elemental decks. There we go. Yeah. So, like, you can get rid of the Ren and 6s out of these decks. You can get rid of, like, basically the entire deck here. Get rid of all of their 1-drops here. Get rid of their crabs and stuff here. So, like, there's a lot of good things to play Prismatic Ending in. And since you're a 3-color deck, you can actually get rid of things like Ensnaring Bridge that costs 3 and other important 3-drops like Luris and stuff, too. So, I think Prismatic Ending is probably going to be something you want, and it's only an uncommon, so it's not even like you're spending that much to get it. Yeah, $3. So I'd probably start out with like 2 of those. And you might find yourself wanting to play more of these as you explore your new city and see what people are actually playing. But I think that's probably a good upgrade to the Rune Halo when you're playing in an environment that you don't know yet. Because like Ending's just like a fantastic catch-all. Like it just beats everything. It's so good. So I think that's what I would do with your deck as it stands. Sick. So now that we've actually talked about your deck, what are you going to school for? Like, Where's... I did it again. So, this just in. 36-year-old man is too old to still be good at the internet. Alright, sick. So, I don't need this page anymore. And I am actually going to make the changes that I talked about earlier, too. So, let's... put one more of these in here. Yeah, I'll keep that like that. But I kind of want to play blue-white more than Bant. I mean, I always want to play blue-white more than Bant. I'm going to be an English teacher. It's a university that specializes in education. Cool, cool. God knows we need more educators. So, yeah. Obviously, I hope you succeed. And in, what, about a month when school probably starts, assuming you're in the U.S.? Not even a month, actually. It's a little less. About 3.5 weeks. So, that's pretty sweet. I don't know. I haven't played Bant Spirits in a while. I'm CAD, but it's the same time frame. Oh, see. Oh, is CAD Canadian? Is that? But it's the same time frame, so you're still going to. Okay, got it. You're Canadian, but yeah. So yeah, so it's still going to be about 3 weeks that you're going to school in. So cool. That is pretty sweet. So I certainly hope education up there is a lot better than it is here, because it is a fucking joke here. Like, I'm sure you've heard near infinite horror stories about the cost of education here and how ridiculously irrelevant most education is here. Assume that every single one of those stories you've heard is true. Like, Kristen and I literally had a talk about education earlier today. It is rough. Yeah, of course, you're very welcome. Yeah, so hopefully you succeed in your new city where you're going, / actually have a little time to... Oh, I put 2 Ds in death, right? Hopefully you actually have time to play some Magic, and that it goes well. We get an opposition agent here. We get 2 Leovolds. For creatures, we want Collector Oof. Playing 3 of these. Apparently the F&M modern scene there is huge. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, I feel like every single place where people are actively playing modern, like, I don't know that there's really a such thing as a modern meta for local places that is not just huge. Like, people absolutely freaking love modern. God, is there something I can play rather than 2 Goyfs? I assume the answer is probably no. But, like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna play it. It is the biggest thing for its rate. But man, this card just seems underwhelming. I want a card with text. I'm probably just being greedy. I am not playing... I don't want these. Alright, so, good cards. Ancestral Recall. We want a Time Walk. Leovold art is basically asking... Oh my god, you're not wrong. I would not have actually put that together, but that is hilarious and honestly kind of true. Mox Emerald, there we go. The black one is Mox Jet. We also want 1 Black Lotus. So that's going to be it for 0 drops. So we want a Gataxian Probe. What are we watching? We're watching Last Man on Earth. Okay. Okay. Leavolt art is basically him asking you to sit on the casting couch. Jesus Christ. We do want a couple of Okos. I think 2 is good enough. Narset. I cannot spell. Narset, part of Reveals. We want a Brainstorm. I should already have one somewhere. There we go. Flusterstorms. A couple of these. Last Man on Earth is hilarious. I watched it with my brother and was in tears. Yeah, like, I usually am not, like, super huge on TV as a whole, but Kristen's huge on TV. So, like, every now and then she'll introduce me to a show that she thinks I'll like, and, I don't know, she's usually pretty spot on with these. Like, this show I am actively enjoying. The last one that we kind of watched through, or rather she did watch through, I kind of watched through, was Modern Family, but like that ended up being just like a giant cringe fest. Yeah, I was just about to say, like, to be fair, she did warn me of that I would probably not enjoy it. And she was right. Like, I did have some moments where I laughed, like, that happened. They got me on a couple of things. But, like, 3/4 of the show was really just, like, ultra cringe the entire time. And I'm just like, oh my god. I definitely believe that they put this on TV, but at the same time, you almost can't believe it. You know, it was a little rough. Like, I should not have been surprised about it being cringe, because, like, if you put Ed O'Neill, the person who plays Al Bundy, in really anything, you should kind of expect it to be awful and cringy. But when it actually happened, I was still just like, oh my god, what is this, you know? This deck is not playing a Mystical Tutor. Okay. I did not put Force of Wills in yet. We want 4 Force of Wills. We want 1 Force of Negation. Yes. We want 1 Force of Negation. I've got 41 cards. So I've got effectively 1 spot missing. What am I missing? Time Walk. Oh, a Gush. Okay. Yeah, Gush is really good. We should play Gush. So this is what our main deck is looking like so far. My girlfriend loves that show, but it's rough to watch. Yeah, it is. Oof. Like I said, Kristen did tell me that I was probably not gonna like Modern Family. Since this deck is so heavy and green, I would like to put a Force of Vigor in the main. I don't hate Force of Vigor here. That seems strong. I could put a Force of Vigor over one of these Flusterstorms. Yeah, I'll put one in the main. And then I definitely want more in the sideboard. I don't think I want to play all 4, but like between the main and board, I definitely want like 3 in the 75. So I think I like this. Yeah, all right. I'm with that. Over no, hell no. Not over an Endurance. Like, Endurance is actually batshit insane. Like, just a 3/4 for 3 is really, really good, because like it blocks all of these opposition agents and Hull Breachers. It blocks Leovold, stuff like that, when you're playing all of these mirrors. But also a 0 mana way to deal with the graveyard decks like Hogak and stuff, I think is a little more important than even Force of Vigor. And like, it's, I don't know, I feel like the body on here is probably even better than like a second Flusterstorm. Because, like, we're playing the Force of Negation, we're playing the Force of Wills, we're playing the Mental Misstep. So, like, we do have a decent amount of counter magic already. And I just, like, straight up think that, yeah, like, I think that that's just way better. I don't even know that it's particularly close. Collector Roof, since they fulfill similar roles. I understand that. But, like, if I'm putting in Force of Vigor, I don't want to be taking out green cards. So that's why I kind of lean towards, like, the Flusterstorm. Like, I don't want the dyssynergy there. But they do fulfill similar roles, and I like the redundancy. And if you're going to be playing sideboard cards in the main, I think I want to, like, lean into having, like, all the hate possible. So I think I would stick to keeping the Flusterstorm out. I also just, like, don't really like Flusterstorm. Like, it is a great Magic card. It clearly is super good. I almost... Is Opposition Agent better than Flusterstorm? I think the answer is no. I might do that. That might actually be better. Because, like, all the cards that Flusterstorm... I'm sorry, all the cards that Opposition Agent would actually hit, other than fetch lands. Like, you know, like Doomsday, like Tinker, stuff like that. I think Flusterstorm does a better job at handling those cards for 1 mana than Opposition Agent does at 3. So Opposition Agent might just be worse than the Flusterstorm, because Flusterstorm obviously also hits, like, you know, your Dig Through Times, your Treasure Cruises, your Ancestral, stuff like that. But Opposition Agent, like, sometimes does something good for 3, but Flusterstorm handles more stuff for 1 and has play against the same cards. So I think Opposition Agent's actually, like, just... The more I talk about it, the less I actually want to play Opposition Agent. Yeah. Okay. I like that. So we're still looking at 18 lands here. And this one I'm basically just going to copy-paste the mana base, because the mana base is not broken, so I don't need to fix that. Are a lot of these decks playing 1 forest? All of them are. I like that. I actively like that. Oh. I could have just copy-pasted that by you. Alright, so we do want 1 forest. This deck is not trying to play any Dazes, so I think it does play a Bayou. Most of these lists are playing 1 Bayou. Okay. 1 Bayou, 1 forest. Oh yeah, Strip Mine's legal. On top of the 4 wastelands. We want 4 of these. And then everything else is just like good cards. So Underground Sea, 1, 2, Tropical Island, 1, 2, 3, and then 6 fetch lands. Verdant Catacombs, since you can get a basic forest, and Misty Rainforest, since you can also get a forest. Okay. So there's a main deck. And then for the rest of the sideboard, we've got a 4th copy of Endurance, 2 copies of Force of Vigor. Let's see what people are playing in these sideboards. So if I run over here, we've got 2 Tabernacles, Flusterstorm, Spell Pierces, Surgicals. So that's just a lot of Flusterstorms between main and board. Okay, I can get behind that. Spell Pierces, Surgical Extraction, Trophies, Endurance. I think I actually want to play a lot of Spell Pierce and not a lot of Flusterstorm in the sideboard, because there are both a lot of Planeswalkers. Like, if we looked at that Yuya deck, it played like, what, 10 Planeswalkers or something crazy. But also, I noticed that Oath of Druids was pretty close to the top of the meta here, and Spell Pierce hits this where Fluster does nothing. but also just like a lot of planeswalkers. Like people can play Oko, so I'm actually just gonna like play 3 Spell Pierces instead of 1 Spell Pierce and 2 Flusters over here, and I think that'll like just hit a lot more spells. So want those. So what else are people doing over here? So over here we are Yixlid Jailer and Ravenous Trap. I do like the Ravenous Trap. I don't know that I like this more than the 4th Endurance, so I'm going to stick to my 4th Endurance there. Energy Flux. Is that better than additional copies of Collector Roof, since we're playing Force of Vigors and stuff? Oh, they also have additional Collector Zoo, so there just is a lot. Okay. The Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. I do like this a lot. 2 Tabernacles is good play against, oh, what am I thinking of? That stupid, Bazaar of Baghdad decks. Duh. Because they don't play, like, actual lands. They just play, like, the 4 Bazaars, 4 Wastelands, and sometimes 1x of something else. Also, a question. Is this a deck that wants to play, like, a one-of copy of something like, oh, what is that stupid card title? Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. So hear me out. So with the Yavimaya, it obviously turns like your endurance into cards that you can just like pretty reliably cast, but also getting to turn like your Tabernacles into mana is something that could potentially be strong. Am I wild in, or is that like a thing? I might be wild in. So I'm gonna call it a day on that one. So what else we got over here? Surgical Extractions, and we're just looking at like a bunch of different people's sideboards now to just kind of get like a general idea. So more Force of Vigors. There is a Mindbreak Trap here, an Archive Trap. Okay, Doomsday, I see you getting bopped out here. That's cute. I like that. That is hilarious anti-Doomsday tech. Like, this person hates losing to Doomsday. Another Endurance. Assassin's Trophy number 4. Yeah. Surgical, Spell Pierce, Flusters, Tabernacles. I might want to put in the 4th copy of Assassin's Trophy. I like that. Like, this is not modern, so the fact that Assassin's Trophy searches for a basic land is almost irrelevant in this format. But speaking of things that are relevant, so we noticed that near the top of the meta there's a lot of decks that are featuring things like Darcy, like Rags, like this deck you'll fight some mirrors, and unlike Modern, all these decks that are at the top of the meta, instead of being like, you know, hey, here's like 3% prowess, here's like 4% hammer time, this is really, really lopsided. So like 15% this deck, 13% Golo stacks, 12.5% Sultide mid-range. So like, we're going to fight against these top decks a lot. So I think what I want here against all of these creature decks is actually just going to be like a shit ton of removal. So am I wildin' for just like wanting to ignore most of these things and just putting in like a couple of Abrupt Decays in the sideboard? I don't think I'm wildin' for that. I'm going to do that. Like, I want to put in at least 2 of these. And then other spots here, I want... Let's see, what else do I want? So we want... So we've got 6 removal spots post sideboard, 2 of which are uncounterable. I think I like that a lot. Just because dealing with all of the creature decks that we're going to fight against, having the Abrupt Decay that, you know, just is uncounterable just seems super nice there. I think that's going to help a lot against the you know, the decks that are trying to fight with like a million Okos. We could just put in like another Oko for these decks too. I think I like that. That seems strong. I'm doing that. Like, I want to put in at least a third Oko. And I'm like very close to putting in a fourth. Like, Oko is just the actual fucking nut. And is a large part of why I wanted to play Spell Pierce rather than playing Flusterstorms here. Because, like, countering your opponent's Okos seems so good. Another thing that I'm considering is finding room for, like, 1 to 2 Snapcaster Mages here. I think I might want to put in, like, 2 Surgical Extractions in the board. And then, like, a 1-of Snapcaster Mage in the board as well. Does that seem like something that's a legit plan? Because, like, there's going to be a lot of, like, fair/creature decks over here. And, of course, we're one of them. So, we could play something like Fatal Push to kill turn 1 Deathrite Shamans. We could play, get rid of the Oko in the sideboard, play 2 Snapcaster Mages. We could play a 4th Oko instead of the Snapcaster Mage. But I want something to generate a little extra card advantage in these creature decks. In these creature deck mirrors. Because I think there's just going to be a lot. Like, there's going to be, like, a lot of fair magic happening over here. Like, I feel like Deathrite Shaman specifically is just going to be, like, the actual fucking stones. Something I could do here. I could take out the Assassin's Trophy and put 2 Fatal Pushes in the sideboard. That could be a thing. Ravenous Trap is a thing. I don't know that Ravenous Trap is better than Surgical, though. Is that... It is definitely better against exactly Dredge. But what other play does that have? Looking back over here. So, Ravenous Trap obviously helps against Dredge, which is here. But... I don't know that this is a Leyline situation. It could be a Leyline situation. I could play Leyline instead of Surgicals. Actually, I think I actually like that. We could just play 3 Leylines. So, like, this could be my sideboard. Can we see all of that? Yes, we can. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, like 3 Spell Pierces, 3 Leylines, an Endurance, 2 Force of Vigors, 2 Abrupt Decays, and an Assassin's Trophy, an Oko, and then 2 Tabernacles. So, against the fair matchups here, I've got the additional 2 Abrupt Decays, Assassin's Trophy, and Oko. So, I've got Oko for just, you know, basically everything in the fair matchups. Spell Pierces to counter their Okos, and then Abrupt Decays and Assassin's Trophies for, like, maximum removal. And in those matchups, I can take out things that I don't necessarily want, like Collector Oofs. Against the decks where I do want Collector Oofs, I've got 2 additional Force of Vigors, Abrupt Decays, and Assassin's Trophy. Also, if they're an artifact-based deck, Oko can turn artifacts into food, so that may or may not be relevant. Against graveyards, I've got 3 Leylines and a 4th copy of Endurance. Also, the two Tabernacles are pretty good against Bazaar of Baghdad decks. And then against miscellaneous combo decks, the 3 Spell Pierces are just pretty good. And against most of those decks, Force of Vigor is also good. Against the Doomsday deck, this 3 Spell Pierces and the 1 of Endurance to go back in there is also useful. So I don't know. I don't think I hate it. I think I actually like it. This might be a deck. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, let me know how you feel about that. So now that we have an idea of what's going on there, so that's a vintage deck. So another thing that I saw/thought about but did not explore for this year/season, whatever. I did actually play a Spirits deck last year in the Eternal Weekend Vintage event. And actually I did like okay with it. I ended up I think dropping at like 3-3 or 4-3 or something like that. Like I dropped on my third loss, I remember that. But the deck actually did kind of well, but that was a world without the card Endurance in it, and it's already hard enough to play like random miscellaneous flyers in Vintage because like other than Spell Queller, they're just like not great. But I don't think I want to subject that deck to a format in which like basically every fair deck is playing either Oko or a 3/4 reach flash or both. Usually both. So I'm not really going to consider playing that this time, but it was a thought. But I think I do like this. So I'm going to go ahead and export this list. Vintage Sultai, yes. And see how much this is on the old ManaTraders thing here. I assume this is well below my limit, but I'll still just double check to be on the safe side. Make sure I don't need to like actually obtain any cards or anything. Vintage Sultai, here we go. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. That's way below my limit. Sick. So I can definitely play this. Alright, cool. So we're aware of that. And this seems kind of lit though. I think I am actually going to play like 1 or 2 matches with this. Oh, very nice. So, remember what I said earlier with Kristen's scavenger hunt with the Gish thing. They had one of the things where she made her hair into a thing of like impressionist art, and apparently one of the event folks actually liked her picture. So, like I said, it was pretty good. So, I'm sorry?
It was an account that does that stuff on Instagram, and we had to tag her in it.
Oh, it was just an account that their whole thing is making pictures out of hair?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even funnier.
We had to tag them in our art.
Okay. Yeah, that actually is a little funnier. So let's go ahead and rent all the cards for this. Can I actually pull it up on here? Hey, I think I can pull it up. It's on here. Sick. So let's accept this trade request. Pull up the actual picture. Okay. Alright, sick. So now we're getting all the cards. Well, now we have all the cards. Hooray. Update with the versions that we actually have in our collection now. Got mismatched tabernacles, but whatever. IRL, that would be like $4,000. Oh, did I not take a Black Lotus from these guys? I thought I took a Black Lotus from these guys. Oops. And is that the only card that was left out? I think that was the only card that was even left out too. Good job. Yeah, that's the only card that was left out. Alright, whoops. Sure. They just like didn't give me a Lotus. Alright. Here it is. Alright, sick. Okay, so I should be getting a trade request pretty soon, Moto. Moto, give me cards. Alright, well, card 1. Alright. There. Remedied. We're good again. We are no longer fighting. Alright, sick. So now that we actually have all the cards we wanted, let's update again. Alright, so now we can actually play the Sultai deck. Sick. So let me actually show this off too, because this is pretty good. So this is what she did. It's the picture's name is the Claude Lady Monet, and I actually do have the real picture next to me too. So yeah, so you see like there's a lady here, she's wearing a dress, there's like a small child with a little hat on, there's the umbrella here, and I guess this is like clouds and stuff. So check out the actual picture. And look at that, like, you know, lady, dress, umbrella, clouds and stuff, small child with a hat, and then I'll go back over here. Like, that was actually really freaking good, right? Oh yeah, so I told her that it was way better than mine was because I did like a person playing a violin with her hair in the shower like last week or something, and I'll pull that up on Facebook too because I posted it. But like we'll see how like rudimentary mine was and how actually good hers was. Where is it? Here we go. So I like literally just like a stick figure and like just the shittiest violin, right? But whatever, it was funny. And then she's like out here actually making classical art out of her hair because yeah, she's just like way better at this stuff than I am. So cool, good job to her. And the person with the account whose like entire account is dedicated to hair art actually saw her picture and liked it, so that was fucking sick. Alright, so that was a cool thing. So I'm actually gonna jump right into like the first match of this because I do like playing formats that I'm not used to. So I am pretty hyped to play a few matches of Vintage, and let's see who we get paid to or paired up against. Yes, we would like to continue and play now. So now that we actually have a deck list too, I will update that so that we can actually check that out at any point here. We're going to upload a deck here. Do we have an opponent? We do not have an opponent yet. Alright, so now on Twitch, if you wanted to !deck, you will be able to see the deck that we're currently playing. And I am updating the YouTube video description as we speak. Alright. Still no opponent, okay. Hey, and we're playing against Karate Dom. Oh, cool. So that's actually somebody I've interacted with a few times. So we're going to go to Vintage, Vintage Tournament Practice. We will create the matchup and wait for them. So I have no idea what Karate plays in Vintage, but I do know they actually play Vintage. So we got the die roll, which is probably huge. This hand, however, is not. That's a lot better. So I've got... So this is kind of sad times. Like in Vintage, we're in the middle of, you know, skipping our turn and stuff, basically, because like no turn one action. We don't have an Ancestral or anything to play off of. But we did mulligan to 6, so that's a little bit sad times. So they have a Sapphire. We're not going to touch that. Depending on... Jet. C. Nothing going there. So I might just end up playing this as kind of like an Explorer here. So I'm going to grab a C here. I'm going to grab a Tropical here. And I think I actually am just going to take a Time Walk as an Explorer. It's not good. Honestly, it's not close. But Flusterstorms, sure. I will not do anything about that. You can have your Fluster. Okay. And I still think that was better than using the Wasteland. So let's see what we draw here. We draw a Wasteland. So I actually am going to just use a Wasteland here rather than developing Oko. I could use this to develop Oko. Actually, no. That's false. I'm going to develop Oko. So let's do that. Blue. That's not green. So let's see if I can get this out of the way here. Mystical Dispute in the main. Cool. Not even mad. So if they play a land next turn, I'll be able to double Wasteland, keeping my colors. Or I'm pretty close to being able to develop Treasure Cruise. So this might not be the end of the world. But this is where that mulligan's really feeling like a kick in the ass. Okay. A Sapphire. I actually don't mind that. So I'm going to do this first. They should float mana. They didn't even bother. Okay. So let's do this. Do this. There's no days or anything to play around. I do lose this cruise to a fluster either way, so I'm not really going to be too concerned with that. So I think I'm just going to do this and just delve the 5 cards. 3, 4, 5. Let's see what happens here. It's a force of negation or will? No, will. Alright. Okay. So they've used a force. They pitched Thassa's Oracle. That tells me nothing. Okay. Let's see what this is doing. 3 mana is dig through time. That sucks. You got it. Can't do much about that. Okay. The endurance would be nice if I had another green source, but I will just be satisfied with doing that for right now. They didn't even play a land last time, so if this is keeping them off of triple black for exactly Doomsday, I'm okay with that. Also, if my endurance can shut... Oh, no. I think I'm just dead now. Fuck. Alright. Sapphire, why are you not green? Alright. Well, I guess I could have searched for, like, I don't know, like a bayou or something with this Underground Sea, and that would have let me play my, endurance. Well, 2020 hindsight, I think. I don't know. I don't feel like I was wrong in searching for double blue. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like... And they still have 3 cards in hand? Okay. So... oh, they already had the probe. Aw, man. Yeah, alright. Boo hiss, you got me. You got me. I is dead. So, against Doomsday, what we can do is put in Spell Pierces. We can put in the Endurance. What do I not necessarily want against them? Trophies don't particularly matter. I'm okay with those things. Force of Vigor doesn't particularly matter. So I can just do like this. Keep in the Collector Roof, obviously, because they have like artifact mana, and it's more important to them than it is to us. The Narset's great. Leovold's great. Obviously, counterspells are really good. The additional counterspells help a lot. So I think I'm going to keep it like this and trust that my combination of counterspells and or endurance is enough interaction to make this decent. So let's play first here. And I like this a lot more than my previous hand, so I am going to keep this. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go ahead and ponder, see what I get out of that. Here I am going to get another tropical, because I have my black source right here, so I'm not worried about not being able to cast Leovold. Oof, Endurance, Flusterstorm? Yes. Don't mind if I do. So in order, 1, 2, 3. We are definitely not shuffling that away. Okay. We are... Oh, we're just doing it now? Oh, come on. Seriously? We just have all of the things? No! I had 1 turn. Oh my god. Alright, well, sucks to be me, I guess. Holy shit. Alright, alright. And they also just have the Lotus in hand, so like... Oh, that's so rough. Man, imagine tapping out for Ponder and dying. Oof. The big oof. Man, that's unfortunate. Like, our Ponder was really good, too. If I had a chance to do that again, I still don't think I'm going to... I still don't think I don't Ponder there. Oh, okay. Well, if I'm going to get out of this, I guess we can do it like this. Because now I have Spell Pierce and Fluster up, so I can counter the Ancestral. And maybe, like, doing it like this. Alright, well. Oh, why didn't I just Wasteland? Oops. Well, I feel stupid now. I think I'm actually supposed to make them tap for this. Ancestral. Okay, so now I can Fluster this Ancestral. I still need to do that. Am I missing any copies of... Oh! What? Changes Flusterstorm... Oh, they also just had a Flusterstorm of their own anyway. Oh, well, fuck. Alright, well. Sucks to be me, I guess. Holy shit. Yep, we got. They had all of the things. I... Okay. I don't know, man. I don't think I... Like, the game one, not giving myself the double green. Honestly, I still don't think I would change the way I did that. Because giving myself access to black opened me up to more cards. And then I drew the blue Mox and not like a helpful Mox, so... Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like if I had searched for, say, Bayou, and then I drew like a black Mox or a green Mox, but I drew Narset the following turn, I think I would have felt just as dumb. So I don't think there's really too much that I could have done there. Like, I guess I was more likely to need/want the Endurance. And it just, like, didn't pan out that way, because, like, I didn't even have a green card to, like, pitch to the Force of Will anyway. I'm sorry, I had a Force of Will and an Endurance, and neither card pitches to the other. So I think that was just one of those things where I was not going to get stuff if, yeah, I don't know. I think that was just one of those ones that was going to just feel bad, no matter how I ran that. And then the game 2, like, I don't know, man. Like, I tapped out for Ponder. They had all of the stuff there. They had, like, the Flusterstorm to back up. They had all of the combo pieces already in hand. The turn 1 Dark Ritual Doomsday after I tapped out for my Ponder, which is hilarious to say. And I could have Wastelanded, but they turned out to have a second land and all the stuff anyway. So, like, even if I had Wastelanded on turn 2, that actually would have still done nothing against what they had, because they had the land, they had the Lotus, and they had the Flusterstorm, which only required the one land that they already had anyway. So, like, even using the Wasteland wouldn't have done me anything. So, like, I don't really have a better thing to say other than I just fucking got. Like, both of those games, I ended up losing, and I just don't think there was anything I could have done about that. Like, the game 1 mulligan, like, my hand was acceptable, and I just, like, I don't know, like, drew the wrong colors for my spells. And then, yeah, game 2, I just, you know, they had the perfects. So, yeah, I'm going to take that one in stride and just play another match. We are getting paired with Arias, who was actually just watching our last match. Alright, so they know that we are playing Sultai. I wonder how we can turn off spectators, too, for these, but oh well. So as soon as this person shows up, we can play a little more Magic here. But I do think I do like watching that Doomsday deck. Because, like, it's clearly super powerful, right? Like, we did all of the stuff that we were supposed to do, and it just, like, did not really matter. So I can't even, like, be mad at that. It's just, we tried to do our stuff. They did their powerful stuff, and their powerful stuff just kind of went off on us. This hand is pretty decent. I can, depending on what they do, I can force a negation, pitching Gush, and I have a turn 2 option to choose between Wastelanding, Gushing, or Emerald to Leovold. So I've got a lot of options as to what I can do with my turns here. Ancestrals, okay, I can't do anything about that because they did it during my turn. Annoying, but that's pretty normal. So I have choices. So I think what I'm going to do here is grab Underground Sea and do this and just cast Collector Roof. Now, I'm getting Underground Sea because I know I have my Gush already, so I want to get Tropical Island with this so that I actually have 2 literal islands to pitch to the Gush. But in a pinch, I can force pitching this and the next turn play Leovold. So, depending on whatever happens here, I might end up being okay. And I don't think Wasteland is going to be really good in a... I noticed you haven't played Modern at all since Modern Horizons 2. You burnt out on it from your new cards or something else. A little column A, a little column B. Like, I have been medium burnt out on Modern. I've also been playing, like, a lot of non-spirit stuff. Because, like, I don't know, like, the deck just hasn't really felt great. I have tuned my spirits list. We did get to talk a little about playing, just, like, Modern Spirits as a whole. But I also... Ooh, wait a minute. That might not be bad against some things. Okay, let's try it. So we're gonna grab our Tropical Island. Black, blue, green. Jam this. See if they have another force. Do they actually just have another force? Are we brainstorming? Question mark. What are we doing? We're dazing it. That sucks. Yeah. All right. Excuse me. Oh, now they're brainstorming. Okay. I had a string of 3-2s and a 4-1 since Modern Horizon 2. It feels harder to compete now than it did right after the Earl ban, which somehow was my best record. That actually makes sense. Like, Oh, wait. After the Earl ban was your best. Okay, got it. Never mind. That's very different, yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, the Earl time period was, like, clearly pretty good for us. And then right after it wasn't the worst either, you know? So they do have a basic island. So these cards don't tell us anything, though. I still don't actually know what my opponent's playing. But yeah, like, I don't know. The deck feels decent right now, and I actually have tuned up Modern Blue-White because we got things like Portable Hole, but also just, like, the sideboard here will take notice. Like, the most expensive thing here is Portable Hole at 1 mana. So, like, you can build your sideboard to kind of keep up with 2021 Magic, but it is a pain in the ass. That's definitely a thing. So I do have the Wasteland here for... Ooh, that's nice. So I am going to use Wasteland on this Saga because I just, like, don't want to deal with this shit. But I also have access to the Deathrite Shaman now, and I think that's a little better than even the Endurance. I probably should have just tapped the Emerald, but oh well. And I have played a land, so I don't think I'm going to gush here. I love all the free spells. Yeah, like... So you do get to keep up some with what the format's doing, which is nice. But I also don't necessarily know that I would say that I necessarily want or even need to... Okay, so we're doing things. This is actually pretty nice. So I have the option of casting my entire hand next turn. So I can Ancestral during their turn, and Gush, and Activate, or cast Force. Like this entire hand is castable here. So Manifold Key by itself doesn't do anything, so I'm just not going to counter that. But a thing I will definitely do here is Ancestral myself now. Force of Will. Okay. So I'm going to float a blue, gush these, and I can still cast Force of Negation, like, with 3 mana. Okay, so they're going to fluster... Oh, no! They Flusterstorm both my things? Oh, that sucks. So depending on how they split the Flusterstorms, though, I can actually pay for one of these spells. So I might just do that. Recall. That's targeting Gush, and Ancestral, and Gush. Oh, that's annoying. So even if I Force of Negation targeting the Force of Will, I'm still not... Oh, excuse me. Oh, no. That wasn't great. Okay, so even if I Force a Negation targeting the Force of Will, I'm still not going to resolve this because I got to pay for one of the Flusterstorms. So what I think I'm actually going to do is let all that shit rock, and then just Endurance myself to put the the spells that were just countered back into my deck. Yeah. Exile your Urza Saga. Target me. So it does turn off like a Treasure Cruise if I draw it. Oh, Time Walk's not bad. That's actually not bad. So I will attack with Deathrite because it's not actually like doing anything else. So let's just get my damage in while it's there. And I can resolve a Narset now. Look at me go. Hell yeah. So they know I have the Fluster Storm, but, like, that's fine. What they don't know is that I do also have the Force Negation. So that was actually pretty sweet, not gonna lie. And I'm not gonna do anything with the Death Ray. I'm just gonna untap Oko, and wow, look at us go. I want the Lotus because it'll help me cast this Oko. So yeah, let's attack. Force of Will targeting that. Okay. And they know I have the Fluster Storm, but I'm still just like blue. Same target. Same target. Same target. Alright, cool. So I'm going to get to resolve my lovely friendo here. And Oko is going to... I think I actually just turned this thing into a food and let Narset die to the attack. And if they don't attack, then I can swap it with Black Lotus. Right? Yeah. That seems good. Because, like, I don't want to die to some fucking shenanigans. It also turns off Mox Opal as a potential mana source. So, like, yeah, if they don't attack, then I can swap Lotus for Manifold Key. If they do attack and kill this, then I can just activate, turn this into a creature and kill them with it. And if they cast something like Meaningful, I can just pop this for the Force Negation. That I don't care about. So if, like, this is Tinker that they're trying to cast here, I have the Force Negation already. So this is actually kind of dope for us. It is the Tinker. So I will do this and that. Sick. So that was pretty cool. So for Tinker things, I want Spell Pierces. I want Force of Vigors. I am medium on Endurance, but it's not bad. Goif, DKs, Trophies. I think I want Okos. I definitely want all of those cards. So what cards do I know? Oh, Assassin's Trophies. So, like, this will help against exactly, what? The Bullets of Citadel. But honestly, if it resolves, I'm probably just losing anyway. And realistically, against Sultai, they just get Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which Assassin's Trophy doesn't do anything. Sphinx is pro-green. So my job here is really just to not let that resolve in the first place. And I don't think the Graveyard is relevant at all in their deck, so I'm just going to submit like this. So, like, Assassin's Trophy helps with exactly Tolarian Academy, and that's really it. Yeah. So let's... I'm pretty sure I'm right about the pro-green, but let me just double-check that. I think it's pro-red, pro-green. Okay, yeah, I'm right. So yeah, Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Lifelink, protection from red and green, so you can't Assassin's Trophy it. Also important, you can't, like, Force of Vigor or Oko it. But my hand is not bad, so... So I clearly like the Force of Vigor here. Spell Pierce is pretty sweet. Force pitching Leovold is a thing. And then a turn 2 Tarmogoyf to, like, follow all of this shit up with. It'll be probably like a 4 or 5 if my opponent is, like, doing stuff on turn 1 or 2. So let's see what they're doing. They are casting a Soul Ring. I have the Force of Vigor, so I'm not really going to fuck with that too hard. And Top. Okay. I can't kill Top. Yeah, I think I want to let that resolve so that they have some idea of what they're doing here. And then I can pop Soul Ring in this and kind of make them play Flip Cup. That seems okay. And Black Lotus. Okay. Okay, so if they just like go to skip the rest of their turn here and don't do anything else, I actually will happily Force of Vigor all of this mana. So mana, and I want to pitch the Leovold. Is this a Brainstorm? You can have your Brainstorm. The other target's still there, though, so, like, when this resolves, the Force of Vigor will at least kill the Soul Ring. But, like, Brainstorm plus Sensei's Top without a fetch land is actually a little bit of a non-bo anyway, so, like, you do get to see cards, but it's not like... What's this? Oh, sure. Yeah. So they're just, like, using their mana effectively, which I can't blame them for. So if our draw step is something super nice, like, I don't know, for example, we draw a Wasteland or something, that'll be really dope. I think I would actually actively love that. But man, them casting Black Lotus and just, like, not immediately casting something else was almost all we could ask for. But here I'm going to get to hold up a Spell Pierce. So I'll be pretty happy about that. And I can back it up with Force pitching Oko and then follow up with a Tarmogoyf. So, like, this isn't even that bad. So let's see what happens here. Okay, so they did have a second land, which, whatever. I can't necessarily blame them for keeping a hand with lands and spells. We have another Force of Vigor. That's nice. So here I'm going to grab a Tropical Island and jam out our 3/4. Okay, and let's see if that's good enough. So obviously we are not sad, but I guess we would have preferred that that card be a Collector Oof instead to prevent Sensei's Top from doing its shit. But, like, you know, what can you do? They even had the fetch land to go with the top, though. I'm sorry, the top and Brainstorm, so that was kind of cool of them. So let's go ahead here, see what they do. There's the Academy. So right now it only makes 1 mana, but, like, we do have another Force of Vigor, though. So, like, we're definitely not SOL by any means, but it's not something that I would necessarily say I appreciate dealing with. Fatal Push, my friend, you can have that. So they only have 1 card left in hand, which is nice. So I'm gonna, with a land draw, pretty please, let's go. Give me a land. Nope. I mean, I'll take a Force of Vigor, but it's not the land I asked for. Because I really just want to, like, resolve this Oko and to just kind of go off. It is a little bit of a pain in the ass that they are getting to do their Oko stuff. I'm sorry, their Sensei's Top stuff. Oko can turn that off. So, like, that's not that bad. And Mox Pearl, sure. I do not think that is worth my time to try to Force of Vigor these things. I think I just let that rock. Untap. Recall myself. They only have 1 card in hand. So I'm going to do that. Just a main phase recall. What's this? I will definitely fight over this. They only have 1 card. So Let's also set a draw step. Stop. I'm setting a draw step stop. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, never mind. There's a reason that I set it up in draw step. So they're playing flip cup with their sensei's top now. They're going to try to mental misstep this. So I will force of will here, pitching 1, 2, 3, 4 top. I think I actually pitch Oko. Yeah. So the reason I'm pitching Oko with this is twofold. A, if this is another counter spell. Fuck a Flusterstorm. Well, that sucks. Never mind. Fine. No ancestral for me. Yeah. That's just not resolving. Alright, I get it. So, what I can do here, though, is I can force pitching force to, well, force something. And if they try to play flip cup with their top, then I can actually respond by using the force of vigor. That's not happening, okay. So, I'm still okay-ish. But like I said, next turn, I just want them to try to, like, use the sensei's top to try to play flip cup. Because at any point if they do that, then I might actually get out of this. But, like, man, that Flusterstorm was clutch as shit from them. Oh, Slate Aspire. Nice. And she's playing as the Watcher. Cool. Yeah, alright. That's the end of my turn. So let's see what happens here. Nothing cute. I could, in theory, turn off their mana again by doing this, but I think we're past the point where turning off mana is super relevant, so I'm just... Oh, I feel like I should do that while they have no cards, right? So, what I'm going to do here is, in their upkeep, I'm going to cast the Dig Through Time, and that way, if they try to play Flip Cup to counter the Dig Through Time, I will have access to Force of Vigor, killing top for good, and killing off this Mox Sapphire. So they can do that. And this should give me a pretty good amount of liberty to just like resolve this before their draw step. So that should be sweet. Alright. Do the untap. So now we... Only downside here is I'm not going to get to... because I drew the Bayou. So I'm not going to get to... I'll just pay one. Keep up the Spell Pierce here. Alright. So even if they draw a counterspell with the top, don't get me wrong, I don't want them to, but it won't be that bad if I can actually get them to try to tap the top and force the top. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you know what? I should have done white because I don't know that they're not playing Monastery Swiftspear or Mentor. So actually, that was pretty bad. I should have done the Pearl, not the Sapphire, because they have blue mana. And on the event that they're playing Monastery Mentor, then I should have gotten rid of this. Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna 6. Like, I don't have any other game actions to take right now. So if this is like another Flusterstorm or shit, even like a Daze or something, then I guess I'm upset. But if it's not, we're gonna get to do a lot of stuff. Alright, so let my fucking dig resolve. Aw, man. Fine. Oh, that's helpful. Black, blue, green. Okay, they drew ruby. I'm not particularly interested about that. So let's do this, and I'm just going to pay life. What do you got? It's a top, oh my. Oh, outcome. Oh, that's even better for us that they actually have outcome in hand, because it doesn't do shit with Leovold on the table. Also helpful, like, I have a tropical island, so, I'm sorry, I have a spell pierce, so whatever. Urza's Saga. Shit. Now I want exactly one of those Force of Vigors back. Now I really want one of those Force of Vigors back. So that's at chapter 1, right? Yeah. Alright. So what can I draw? I can draw a... Actually, I've got a decent amount of draws. The removal's all gone, which is annoying. So I can draw Okos. I can draw a Time Walk. That's not terrible. I'll just do it like this so I can play around a Flusterstorm. Oh, that doesn't play around Flusterstorm. X would be 3. Alright, well, that plays. I don't think I want to attack into a construct, so I'll just take another turn. I'll just play that as like a bad Explorer. Eh? You're a little late. So what can I do about 2 4/4s? The answer might be close to nothing. Luckily, the card Paradoxical Outcome has no text against Leovold, and I have counterspells, but like the Urza Saga by itself is going to be really obnoxious. Like, I do want, excuse me, just something to say about these 4/4s. Actually, 5/5s. They're going to search. Misty Rainforest. Yeah. Okay. So I've got like nothing to say about this right now. Ugh. No. Okay. Well, I don't know. Time to cry about it, I guess. Oh, I just realized you can play more than one top in this format? Oh, shit. I didn't even realize that was a thing you could do in Vintage. I just remembered, like, it's banned in Legacy, so why would it not be restricted in Vintage? But that is not the case. There's a top here and a top here. Didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Is there a reason I'm still playing this game? No, I'm gonna move to game 3. I don't need this. I don't need them to see anything else. So, I think I want to keep all of my cards the way I had them, though. Urza Saga is obnoxious and annoying, but I don't know that that's really enough of a reason to change anything else here. Like, I still like basically all of what I got going on. Like, they saw their academy, so that helped them play around the spell pierce and stuff pretty well. like they saw a saga, like we had most stuff handled, like the paradox, the outcome itself basically had no text. And like we saw the force of vigor, so like having to pitch one to the other sucked, but I still think I like our setup. Being on a play is also pretty helpful. So we get a ponder, force of will, force of negation, force of vigor. All right, well, use the force, Luke. Let's go. Keep. And isn't that a deck that can do without Black Lotus? It could do without Black Lotus, yes, but like it still helps to cast like turn 1 Narsets, turn 1 Endurances just as a 3/4. It's especially helpful against the Hogak decks that can do their thing on turn 1 pretty easily. So it is true that it could do without yes. 1, 2, 3. So it could totally do without Black Lotus, but it doesn't need to do without Black Lotus, so I don't know. I would just prefer to play with it. Because like turn 1 Narset's really big against a lot of decks. Turn 1, oh my. Oh man, come on. Killing me here. So much. Okay, so this isn't bad though, because we know we're drawing a green card with Oko next turn. So I'm just like not going to use this Verdant Catacombs because I definitely want to draw the Oko to pitch to Force of Vigor. And when I do that, I will have access to being able to honestly just do a lot. So what is this? A top. I think I actually will force a negation, top pitching Force of Will. Yeah. Or do I Force of Will pitching Spell Pierce? That might actually be better. Force of Will pitching Spell Pierce. Next turn, I can Force of Vigor targeting token. This dies to itself, and I can back that up with a hard cast Force of Negation. Yeah. Oh, okay, well that plays. So it's annoying, but like dealing with top is fucking awful. Alright, so I have my green card in hand. So we can do that. That's a thing. So yep. They got that. Oh, let's not walk ourselves into pithing needles. I want a tropical island, and I want a bayou. Alright. Is there a reason I need double black? Not really. No, I don't need double black for anything. I'm just gonna grab another trop. Alright. Go off. So let's have them use all of their mana on making 5/5s. Wait, they made mana with this and not a construct? Weird. Alright. Alright, go off, I guess. I'm about to get flusterstormed out of this fucking universe, huh? Man, where's a Collector Roof when you really want one? So, I think I just let that resolve. That sucks. Not happy about that. So, I guess I'll take this. Yep. They Force of Willed. Okay. We pitched Force of Vigor. Wait, no, what did it? No, they pitched Brainstorm, sorry. They're targeting Force of Vigor. So I guess I'll just do this and see if this flies. So if one of their cards is like a Flusterstorm or something, then I'd just hard casting Force of Will. Oh, they know that it's Force of Will on top. Okay, well, that sucks. Oh, they're just outcoming all the stuff. Oh my god, that's so much worse. Oh, that's so much worse. So the only thing I'm going to get out of all of this is the construct? Gross. I might not even get that. If one of these cards is like a Flusterstorm or something, I'm just not even going to get to kill the construct. So... yeah, I'm not even going to get to kill the construct. Jesus. Nah, fam, you got that. Nah, go off, you got it. Alright, let's untap. Well, I think I'm off it. Alright. So let's go here and see what could have gone better. Yeah, I don't know. Like, should I have mulliganed more? Like, my hand was ultra interactive. It had stuff, and I had the appropriate cards to be able to pitch to my forces and do stuff with. Yeah, I don't really think that I could say that I hated too much about this. Just wrong cards, wrong time led to losses. Like, we could have drawn Wasteland at any point, and that would have solved the entire match against the Paradoxical Outcome deck, because like they won both of those games with Urza Sagas. So I could have kept trophies in maybe, and that could have helped there, or drawn Wastelands. Or they could have not drawn 45 counter spells. And in game one, like, we just got. Like, there was not really much I could have done. Because, like, I tapped out for a Ponder, and then they had the turn one nuts, including the Lotus. So, I don't really know that there's much that I could have done there. I think, like, I just had a couple of matches in a row where, like, I could have mulliganed more aggressively, or sideboarded in harder for exactly the Urza Saga. But I don't even know that that was, like, ultra necessary. Like, it just ended up being the wave there. And, like, a single Collector Roof draw would have changed, like, that entire match, too. So, record sucks, but I actually think our deck is still fine. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and have snack time, hang out with Kristen, and if she's almost done playing Splatespire, then we can do our thing with the where I help her like take a video of the sign spinning that she's probably done setting up the sign for. I'll find out. But have you watched perhaps modern band cards Remy style? No. I am aware that there are like Magic themed music videos, but I have not watched really most of that kind of stuff. Like I have seen the Jace the Mind Sculptor video, which to be fair I thought that was pretty funny. What else have I seen? I saw the video for Still Got All These, but I was kind of medium on that. The Jace one was actually hilarious. But most of like the humor related magic content I have not actually watched. Um, so I do know who Mana Symbol is. I was actually like in his stream watching a few nights ago, but I that could be a thing that I watch when we're back. So what I'm gonna do here is um, chill until about 3 o'clock p.m. my time. It's 2:22 now, um, and I'll be hanging out with Kristen until about then. And yeah, I assume we will have some kind of sign spinning or other assorted arts and crafts slash fun to have. And yeah, we can watch the video that, or look for slash watch the video that you're talking about when I come back too, so that we can check that out. That way I even know what the heck you're talking about. So I assume it's just gonna be like some silly magic theme like rap video or something, but whatever, it should be fun. Um, so yeah, I'll see y'all at 3 o'clock my time, and everybody have fun until then.
bed, iPod, Maybach, my buck, train wrecks, sidewalks, pay less, high tops, K-Fed, IHOP, Playtex, Icebox. That's how much we have in common. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. Whoa. Up on this mic when we're on it. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. That's how much we have in common. Whoa. That's how much we have in common. We are not alike. There's not alike us on the mic. Yeah.
I don't do Jordans and Audemars. I do explosions and Molotovs. Y'all blowing smoke as if y'all ain't washed. I blow the smoke from the car exhaust. Flying to a party I am not invited to, feeling like the streets need me. I ain't gotta dance long as my Ferrari spider move like Sea Breezy. I don't gotta hire goons, I'd rather try to buy the moon and breathe freely. The sky is blue, the tires new, the Maserati white and cool like G-Eazy. Why these dudes trying to figure out how to do a freestyle as fly as me? I'm confused trying to figure out how to do Capri Styles and Maya G. Everybody doing chick joints, probably rob these little dudes at Fist Point. Remember everybody used to bite nickel now. Everybody doing Bitcoin. We don't got nothing in common. No. We don't got nothing in common. No. Y'all in this stuff like doubled up styrofoam cups on them uppers and downers. Woo. I'm in this stuff like doubling commas. Find me your brother who's solid to count the shit up and then bust the shit down. With the cops hit us up, we can flush the shit down. We cannot give a fuck shit a fucking colonic. Selling your cock in your butt for a follower. Possible couple of dollars you powder sniff. Now you slip and call it a power trip, a product of politics. Y'all went from profit and top of the charts to dropped in the park and to polish it. Knowledge is power, but powerless if you got it. And you do not acknowledge it. Y'all music sound like Dr. Seuss inspired it. Hiring strippers, prostitute, retiring. We could spit it for your it vans. I'm fit to be king. You cut out the fitting Prince pants. You niggas
brain dead, eye drops, pain meds, Cyclops, day bed, iPod, Maybach, my buck, train wrecks, sidewalks, pay less, high tops, K-Fed, IHOP, Playtex, Icebox. That's how much we have in common. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. Whoa. Up on this mic when we're on it. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. That's how much we have in common. Whoa. That's how much we have in common. We are not alike. There's not alike us. You say you affiliated with murderous killers. Hey, the people you run with are thuggin'. Hey, but you just a wannabe gunner. Hey, like you was gonna do something, acting like you catching bodies. Hey, and you got juice, little young, and you're bugging. You ain't never even been charging connection with battery, bitch. You ain't plugged into nothing. Rap guys with lyrical bullets. You gas cock your partners, better tool up. This has not to do with muscular, but have guns for sure. You better put a strap on. Other words, if you're gonna roll up with your gang, you gonna need an arsenal, cause this bar is over your head. So you better have arms if you're gonna pull up. Oh, you run the streets, huh? Now you wanna come and fuck with me, huh? This little cocksucker, he must be feeling himself. He wants to keep up his tough demeanor, so he does a feature, decides to team up with Nina. But next time you don't gotta use Tech 9 if you wanna come at me with a submachine gun. And I'm talking to you, but you already know who the fuck you are, Kelly. I don't use sublims, and sure as fuck don't sneak this, but keep commenting on my daughter, Haley. I keep on telling motherfuckers, but just in case you forgot, really, you need your memory jarred like strawberry or pineapple, apricot jelly. I respawn really, but this time shady, about to sound off like a fucking cock. Send me Glock to me, God, let me put a fucking silencer on this little non-threatening blonde, very cornball taking shots at me. You're not ready, fool, break yourself like Rocksteady crew. Obviously, I'm not getting through. We can get it poppin' like Redenbach, letting off like Remy Ma, heavy artillery. Weak Godzilla, harsh with a hard shell, but a motherfucking heart bigger than Bazaar's belly. Only time you'll ever say I lost, you'll be talking about Fetty Wap, better call Diddy. Just to try to get me off, and you better hope I don't call trick, bitch. This shit don't fly in our city. Punk, you don't disrespect OGs, RP Prodigy. Soldier my soul in and told him the moment he saw me that I'd be the most hated, though made it so that there's no shame, it's okay to own it, cause life is a bitch, he's a bow-legged hoe, but now those days are over. I Harvey Weinstein, a bathrobe hanging over, my code name is Groper, I role play with lotion, I fucked on the world and I fuck with a Trojan. All later hoes and with homemade explosives, I blow 80 holes and you don't make me go in. I OJ the flows and I'm insult to injury, relays to Goldman, I'm throw spraying Motron, I throw it in the cold as they both later choking. My whole plate is soaking, a double-edged sword, cause both ways I poking, I sticking, I turn in a rotating motion. Invisible with the pyramid, the pinnacle, the sick individual. Stick my ticket, put the tip in it, minimal. And fucking these syllables, I let them lick on my genitals. I'm a fucking invincible, indefensible, despicable, difficult, prick, a little bit unpredictable. I spit the formidable that you bitch, you fucking with the original. I consider me a nickel identical. But not us, the only thing we have in common's I'm a dick and you suck. Otherwise, one has nothing to do with the other. None come close. The skunk bug soldier, tongue shrub shoulder. 1 month old, the sponge mug folded. None rug, host a lug, nut, coast a long jug, roast a young thug, poster, unplugged toaster. That's how much we have in common. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. Whoa. Up on this mic when we're on it. Yeah, that's how much we have in common. That's how much we have in common. Whoa, that's how much we have in common. We are not alike. There's not alike. I mean, fuck this shit. Let's go.
All right, and back. Yo, so that was actually not a bad little lunch break. Looks like Kristen did in fact make her signs already, so that's pretty sweet. She actually made 2 of them. I thought she was making 1, but she made 2 signs, so we'll get to play around with those later. And hey, yep, welcome back. Thank you. Good evening, Saltar. How you doing? Hoping Innistrad brings new tools to Modern. We'll probably play some Affinity and Taxes in the meantime. Maybe, yeah. Like, Affinity and Taxes doesn't sound bad. Like, Urza Saga is just good anyway. The Taxes decks aren't even really trying to play, like, Lane and Arbiter or anything like that. So that could be pretty dope. So I think what I want to do here, because I have actually not gotten a chance to play with this list yet, is jam the blue-white list. Seems I joined at the perfect time. You did. So what you missed was us looking at the vintage meta, because honestly I don't really know much about vintage. So we decided to look at the vintage meta as a whole, and someone in chat earlier directed me to a bit where they were talking about one of the more prolific vintage players, I'm actually level 1, is going to make like a whole tier list and stuff of everything that we need to know about vintage. So I'll probably digest that before going into more matches. But I did play a couple of matches with a Sultai mid-range deck that we looked at and kind of quick-tuned. And we did go 0-2. So that part kind of sucked. But honestly, I think some of it was simply that I could have been a little more patient in a couple of my lines. And some of it was just like, okay, the opponent had perfect stuff, so what can you do? And a little bit with mulligans too. So like, I think there is like 50% like just really bad luck. But also, I probably could have just like waited a couple of turns to play more cards. Like I tapped out for a turn 1 Ponder and immediately got punished with a turn 1 Doomsday, so that sucked. But, you know, what can you do? So let's do that. Vintage, the format that folks say exists in Paper Magic. I mean, to be fair, in my part of the country, I'm in, of course, the northeastern part of the U.S., there actually is a vintage scene here. Like, people actually do play vintage here, a pretty decent amount. But, like, that's not common at all. Like, I know that there's a lot of actually people who play vintage in my area. There's people who play vintage in Pennsylvania, which is only 1 state below myself. So like, I don't know, you go like 2.5-3 hour drive, and there's a store that at least used to hold a bunch of huge vintage tournaments and stuff over there. So that's where names like Mike McCaffrey and Brian Koval will play. And then like a little farther south of that, they actually hold like some pretty big vintage series annually. But of course, I don't know what they're doing now that, you know, we're kind of in a currently and eventually post-pandemic world. I don't know what those series are going to look like, or if they're going to keep going at all. I obviously have no freaking idea what people are going to be doing. So yeah, cool things here. So the idea behind this deck is that it's just like a normal Spirits deck in the main, except I am going back to Thalia here. So we're playing 3x Thalias. Everything else is normal Spirit stuff. I'm playing 1 copy of Kira as well with 21 lands. The sideboard, the price money 1 vintage tournaments must be insane to justify the deck prices. Like, the price of a deck in vintage is clearly astronomical. Like, yes. But like, the prizes that they actually do at the vintage tournaments usually are absolutely wild. So, like, obviously the people who are playing with no proxies in their deck are usually the same ones who have, like, just been entrenched in vintage for a really long time. And these are usually people who I have found to just not have to worry about money at all. For example, one guy I know lives in upstate New York. He played a bunch of vintage, but also collects luxury cars as a hobby. So, you know, these are not the same people who are worried about the price of really anything. Like, he has a very impressive Magic collection, but also just, like, literally collects luxury cars almost like they're Magic cards. Like, yeah, these people exist. And yeah, no Anvek at all is graveyard hate / red black hate. No, like, I'm currently not trying to play Sanctifier Anvek. It is very good. Like, Sanctifier Anvek is really good. But I don't know that I want it more than, like, Portable Hole for the same matchups. Like, there is graveyard hate that's relevant, of course, because I could just come across the person playing Dredge. Like, it could just happen. It hasn't happened in a pretty long time, but it could theoretically happen right now. Excuse me. Actually, Dredge might not be a bad idea for this meta. Oh my god. Let's go back to Modern meta. Is this format, other than Hammer Time, even, like, doing anything about Dredge? Oh, Endurance sucks out of this. I don't think this deck is playing in Endurance. Yeah, just the 2 in the sideboard. But Rhinos... Dredge doesn't care about Rhinos. Living End... Okay, that's medium annoying. But, like, Dredge beats this most of the time. Dredge loses to the sideboard Voidwalkers out of this, but, like, other... And all the decks aren't even playing it. Easy for Dredge, easy for Dredge. Medium for Dredge. Bad for Dredge. Good. Medium. This is pretty bad. Good. Bad. Good unless they play Dalthy Voidwalker. And I don't think most of them are. Leyline and Avoid sucks though. And Scape Shift is good. So like, yeah, I don't know, we could fight Dread Pilots. So like Dalthy Voidwalker, yeah, Dalthy Voidwalker's nuts. Like that card's crazy good. There were a lot of people, like a lot of pros and stuff, saying that Dalthy Voidwalker might like low-key be the best card out of Modern Horizons 2. I don't know if I would go that far, but I would definitely put it in like maybe even as high as like a top 5. It's really good. Like it's very, very good. Rakdos Luris plays for... Yeah, that's why I said Rakdos is actively pretty bad. But like, as far as the problems that we're looking to solve for most of the decks that interact with the graveyard, Portable Hole does that exact same stuff, but mostly better. Like, don't get me wrong, the Pro Red is nice, but like, protection from red is, say against, I don't know, Blue Red Prowess, for example. Pro Red is probably still worse than just getting the Soulscar Mage the hell off the table. Pro Red against, like... I'm sorry, Pro Black, for example, against, I don't know, Croxa, is still much worse than just getting it the hell off the table. So I think, like, Portable Hole does that exact same... A lot of white stuff should play on Vec. That's true. Like, a lot of white stuff probably should play Sanctifier on Vec. I'm playing Solitude because it's got upside against things like Murktide Regent, Stormwing Entity, where we currently just don't really have any upside against those decks. Like, the Chalice of the Void is nice. But I don't know, I think like Portable Hole is pretty good against those same things. Like the Pro Black, Pro Red is really good. Like she's super strong. Croxa will never hit the board if you have an Onvec. I mean, true, but like Sanctifier doesn't like solve the other problems either, like Darcy and stuff. And by the time a Croxa is actually like resolving, I don't know, we can just like kill them. Because we're playing fucking spirits. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I like Sanctifier in here. I do like the idea of Sanctifier in Bant Spirits. So, like, if I wanted to play against a deck that was, say, like, not blue-red, I'm playing Rest in Peace because it's good against Murktide Regent. And, you know, like, it helps stop that. So, like, I think Rest in Peace is the play for now. But, like, if Murktide Regent was no longer the most popular deck right now that uses the graveyard, Sanctifier could be really good in this spot because you can hit it with Collected Company. So like that's just really strong. And you also have like Hierarch / Birds to power out double white on turn 2 more easily. So I do like the idea of Sanctifier on Vec in something like a Bant deck. But I think over here, I think I'd rather like have the Portable Hole because it just solves more problems. Like this thing solves Stoneforge Mystic. It solves like the same black-red deck that you want the Sanctifiers for. The only downside is that against some of these decks, they're also playing cards like Prismatic Ending. Like, that's the only real annoying thing about this card. So you don't want to side it in against, like, the Ren and 6 Elemental part, because, like, they'll just Prismatic Ending this and call it a day. But against most other things, I think I still like this. I don't know. The other option is to play Bant, which is playing, we're playing 3 Prismatic Endings here, and I'll do this so that we can see the whole board. Oh, we still can't see the whole board like that. There. Or Culligan's Command. I mean, Culligan's Command is so hard to resolve against spirits that I can't even call Culligan's Command an upside against us. Like, it costs 3 mana, and it's weak to Mausoleum Wanderer, it's weak to Spell Queller, like, it's just so hard to actually do anything with. Like, we have Kira's in our deck, so, like, they already are kind of medium about putting a 3 mana removal spell in their deck anyway. We've got Thalia, so sometimes it'll cost 4. Like, it's just so hard to justify Culligan's Command as an argument against spirits, because, like, we deal with that card so easily that it almost might as well just not matter. Like, there's a lot of cards that have the ability to be very good against us, but I think Culligan's Command is not one of those cards. But I could put it in theoretically here. Like, if I were to take out these 3 Rest in Pieces, these could very well turn into Sanctifier on Vex. And that's got play. Like, that could just be really good. If I were to do that, I think I turn these Subtleties into, like, Aether Gusts and just say fuck it to the Tron matchup other than Forces and Collector Roofs. So, like, that might be the play. So if we go... Oops. 1, 2, 3. So if I were to run it like this, we'd have Sanctifier on Vec, Prismatic Ending, 2 Forces. Can I spell? There's that. Okay. Turn the Subtleties into Aether Gusts. So, like, this will help against, the Primeval Titans and stuff of the world. We get to play these a little bit. And then, like, Prismatic Ending solves the rest of the problems that those decks would present. So, like, this isn't that bad. This does play a better against, the red-black decks and the Grixis decks, but it is a lot worse against, like, Murktide Regent. So that's the kind of trade-off that we have here. It's got some accidental upside against, like, blue-red prowess and stuff because it can block all the 1-drops. So, like, that's not bad. Why change the Subtlety to Gust if you put in an Envec? Oh, that was just kind of like an aside thought. Those two aren't actually, like, related. Yeah, like, the changing the Subtlety to Aether Gust doesn't have anything to do with the Sanctifier. In fact, that was just like a thought I was having at the same time.
I was gonna go get laundry.
Oh, hey, sweet. Fancy waffles are here.
So I'll wait to go get the laundry.
I'm sorry?
I'll wait to go get the laundry.
Okay.
No, I'll go get it. I'm probably gonna want to warm this up anyway.
Alright, well, I will see you when you come back from getting your laundry then.
Sometime. This one is yours.
Okay. Sweet. So yeah, so Kristen wanted fancy waffles, so we got fancy waffles. I got one that's stuffed with bacon and has bananas and peanut butter with it. Did you say gross?
You said the Elvis?
Yes, the Elvis. I thought you said gross. I was like, I know you don't like bacon. You're freaking vegan. But, like, well,
Bacon and peanut butter. Not a fan, but
I mean, I love that combo. But, yeah, more for me.
it's popular.
What did you... Oh, yeah, you got the vegan egg one. Back to thinking here. do you think Bant is playable again with the slow retraction of Lava Dart? That's actually most of why I am considering a Bant list. Because Lava Dart is still very good, and it sucks against us, obviously. But the combination of A, Lava Dart taking up a much smaller part of the format, and B, a lot of the black decks are just Lurrus decks, which means that there's no Plague Engineer in the format right now. So I think there is definitely room for Bant pilots to be having a pretty good time here. Because, like, if we take a look at basically every deck that's playing black, we'll see, like, this is a Grixis Lurrus deck. This deck isn't playing Plague Engineer, even though it is playing black. Like, no version of Hell's Kitchen is playing black. It's basically just, like, a shit ton of blue cards, and the reason it's called a blue-black deck is because they do accidentally have Oval Chase Daredevil. This deck is all the way in, like, 8th place right now with 2.3% of the meta, so we're just, like, a lot less likely to run into this, and this is playing, like, Bolts in, what is it, Unholy Heat, but that is still nowhere near as good against us as fucking Lava Dart is. Control, we don't care. Mill's pretty good. And then, like, the rest of these are decks that, like, we're okay against. Like, the Creativity deck is still weak to, like, just, you know, blue cards. Titan sucks, but Titan always sucks. Rakdos Lurrus, like, this deck can't play Plague Engineer because it's playing fucking Lurrus. This deck doesn't play Plague Engineer, I think. Yeah, let's look at a couple of these lists. What in the... Oh, that's just Affinity. Okay. That's weird. Okay. But yeah, like, none of these lists are actually playing, yeah, they're playing black, and they're still not trying to play Plague Engineer. So I think Bant has the ability to be in a really good spot with, like, turn 2 Apparitions off of 7 Mana Dorks. You know what? Let's actually export this and play it. Fuck it. Updated Bant Spirits list. Let's do this. Do this. We want the Bant Spirits deck. Oh my god. Teferi Time Raffles is like $46 online right now? Jesus. You can scroll down to see how many % of decks play how many cards. Oh, yeah. I did see that feature before. I think one of y'all pointed that out to me previously, where you can see, like, you know, 100% of these decks play this card versus, like, 33% play 2 of these cards, for example, stuff like that. I have seen that feature on there before. LOL Birds of Paradise. I mean, don't get me wrong, Birds of Paradise looks a little silly, but I actually, like, I saw a lot of people playing one of the Dr. Queller lists that were playing Mana Dorks rather than playing Aether Vials, and I actually think I agree with that. Because, like, getting your Teferis and stuff off on turn 2 is probably a lot more important than even resolving an Aether Vial on turn 1. Because, like, if you're playing against, I don't know, say Team of Rhinos, or you're playing against, like, Living End, or the Creativity deck, getting a Teferi off early is, like, so fantastic. And even, like, turn 3 Collected Companies is still pretty good against a lot of decks. Like, if you're playing turn 3 Collected Companies against, like, the Thoughtseize decks, that line's great. Like, all the decks, like, say, Grixis, that are trying to outvalue you card for card, and you're just like, okay, cool, well, you used your removal on 2 of my cards, maybe I even got the Rattle Chains to protect one, and now I'm looking at a turn 3 Collected Company. Like, the person playing Grixis Lurrus is like, fuck, that sucks, like, what do I do now, you know? So that's a pretty good time for us. Can you please say how many of which cards you play and why? Because I'm watching 144p on the... Oh, sure. So, you are on YouTube. So, what I will also do after this, so that you can check it out at your leisure too, is I will also update this list to the YouTube video description, so that whenever you're done watching too, or just later, you can just click on the link that I'll have posted, and that way you'll just be able to check out the exact numbers when you feel like it later too. But yeah, so for now we're playing 4 Hierarchs, 3 Birds of Paradise. We're playing 20 actual lands. We are playing 4 Wanderers, 4 Rattle Chains, 4 Supreme Phantoms, 3 Shacklegeists. We're playing 4 Skyclaves, 4 Drogskulls, 4 Spell Quellers, so nothing changed there. 2 copies of Teferi, and 4 Collected Companies in a main. So that's what we're doing there. In the board, we're playing, 3 Sanctifiers, 3 Prismatic Endings, 2 Aether Gusts, 2 Force Negations, 2 Collector Oofs, and 3 Chalice of the Voids. So that's going to be the list that we're running there. And, excuse me. So let's do that. And I'm also updating the Stream Decker so that everybody on both Twitch and YouTube can just, do the appropriate commands and check it out whenever y'all feel like it too. So let's do that. Let's do this. Copy this. Paste, save. Cool, there we go. So now that we know what's in this deck, let's jam. We want Modern. We're going to jam a Modern League. Any special lands, or do they die because Bant? No, as far as like special lands, we are playing 2 Cavern of Souls. We've got 2 Horizon Canopies, a Waterlogged Grove, and 1 Moorland Haunt. It's pretty normal as far as mana bases go for Bant. There's not really anything like ultra different or special about this mana base. I am playing 2 copies of Botanical Sanctum. I know I've seen lists playing 1. I'm not trying to play a Seachrome Coast because we're playing 7 mana dorks, so I did want to skew the early mana base towards Bant. Or sorry, towards early green. So that's a little different maybe. I'm playing 2 Windswept Heaths and a Misty Rainforest. There's 2 Flooded Strands, but I wanted more green fetches than blue fetches for the same reason. So that's probably the only particularly special stuff about the mana base, is that it is slightly skewed more towards green because we want the 7 turn 1 mana dorks much more often, Oh, look at that. Aspiring Spike is the trophy leader right now. Cool. Good job. So, I don't know, this should be a lot of fun. I haven't actually gotten to play Spirits in Modern in a few weeks now. We got the die roll, and look at that. Turn 1 Wanderer, turn 2 either Wanderer or another follow-up. We can get a white source with Flooded Strand to activate this Moorland Haunt, or we can protect Teferi from counter magic with Wanderers. Life is relatively exciting. Or if we don't want Teferi in this matchup, whatever we're playing against, we can just jam a turn 3 copy of Drogskull Captain. So, lots of potentially exciting stuff here. Of course, no companion means I have absolutely no idea what the hell my opponent's playing. Oh yeah, we're also going to take off this draw step thing. Monastery Swiss Spear. God damn it. Oh man, remember that time we talked about how this card is taking up a lot less of the format, and then we obviously face it round 1? Oh my god. Alright, good job us. So at least here I don't have to take too much damage from my mana base though. I can Flooded Strand, go get Hallowed Fountain, right? Just giant F. This happens to me all the time. I don't even pretend to be surprised anymore when this shit happens. White Red Prowess, but with no Luris? What? Oh, it's just Burn. Oh shit. Hello, Burn. I haven't seen you in a while. So this actually isn't even that bad though. So if it's just Burn, I mean, Burn is a terrible matchup for Bant. But I can at least make my opponent's day a little miserable. By bouncing the Eidolon, making them waste more time to get the same things off. And I do have double Drogskull Captain, so it's going to be a pretty bad time for opponent, specifically trying to beat us with spells. So these Wanderers are going to help protect the Drog Skull Captains. The Drog Skull Captains are going to help provide a great clock. And they're at 13 to our 15. So this is not that bad for us. Bolt targeting a Wanderer, sure. What are we doing with this? We're not casting Eidolon, question mark? Are you killing Teferi? I have no idea what my opponent's trying to do here. They are killing Teferi, sure. Are we? Yep, we're just redropping Eidolon. That's fine by me. So they're at 12 to our 15, and like I said, these Drog Skull Captains are... Oh, my Lanta, look at us go. That is even better. Not gonna lie, I like the matchup against Burn with Bang? Huh? Back in 2016, because they hated their Eidolon more than I did. So I'm not going to take damage from the Eidolon either like this. I'm just going to Coco main phase. It'll also help pump this Mausoleum Wanderer. Oh, we're so good at this game. Alright. Boop. Alright, take 100. So now they go to 7. They have to cast spells to deal with my board. And I'm going to protect the Drog Skull Captain. From 15, they also can't attack super safely. So I'm just going to do this, make them pay 3 just to deal with the same Drog Skull Captain. And if they have exactly, what, land plus Searing Blaze, then I'm still not sad because they're taking damage from Eidolon. Yeah, just fucking maximum oof. I am not blocking. Why the fuck would I block? I'm just going to take 4 and go to 11. Because I have 5 on the table. They're at 5. So, like, I just do not care. Skewer the Drog Skull. But they go to 3. That's fine. So, if they, like... Yeah. So, I'm just going to do this. Take 2. Deal with my board. Put you in tapped. Alright. Go to 1. They can't cast spells. I can cast spells. Good game. See, that's what you get for trying to beat me with a spirit. Eidolon at a Great Revel is a spirit. Alright, I don't know what you can draw in your entire deck, but I'm going to say Handshake. Alright, Handshake, let's go. So here we are pretty happy about these 6 cards. Teferi's kind of medium. I'll take these 2. Call Yeah, kind of. Don't mind me, I'm just like medium dying. Alright, so here, Spell Queller's not great. Shacklegeist is worse. And I still have 3 cards I don't really want. I'm going to take out 1 Birds and 2 Spell Quellers. I think I want all the rest of these cards. Let's hope he forgets to board off the Eidolon. Right? Like, yeah, their Eidolons are sometimes not great for them. Because, like, we have the ability to just, like, attack for 100 sometimes, so it works pretty well for us. Eidolon ain't no race trader unlike others. What? Oh, I am not asking to expand on that one at all. So this is honestly only medium sketchy. Like, I'm on the draw. I have 2 mana dorks. I have Force to Protect. And without additional help, I don't know that I necessarily care about the Supreme Phantom yet. So, oh. Alright, well. Oh, okay. Are we suspending a Rift Bolt? No, we're Lava Spiking. Okay. Ooh, and we even drew a land anyway. So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab. Do I just fucking grab the forest? No, I'm gonna grab a breeding pool. What am I doing? I don't want to take the additional 2, but it is better than like doing nothing with this. So, and I can protect from a Searing Blaze with the Force and Negation. So I'm actually pretty happy about this. Swiss Spear. What? Oh my god, poor opponent. That's so backwards. Alright, well, I'm doing nothing about that. And it's a one-lander that they kept a turn 1 Lava Spike on? What in the paid actor is going on here? Ooh. That plays. So I'm just going to grab the basic planes because I am done taking damage from my lands. Wanderer or birds? I think it is birds. It is birds. So this sets up a what you call it, collect the company next turn. I have Force to protect one of my mana dorks, pitching Supreme Phantom, and then the following turn I can Mausoleum Wanderer to protect against spells on the way back. Bird is the word, facts. Path to exile my Sanctifier? No, I'm gonna make you do a little more work. So if they do this and kill one of my dorks, then honestly, so be it. And if they have another path, I won't even mind getting a land. We are lava spiking my face. Sure, resolves. Alright. And we drew the land for the bird anyway. I'm sorry, for the wanderer. So we are... I'm not going to go so far as to say fully protected against spells, but we're not doing bad. Okay. But I don't need to attack yet, so I'm just going to chill. So the wanderer is clearly going to be great. Bird is the word. It is. And then starting next turn, I'll have some decent looking attacks thanks to my... What are you casting? I legitimately have no idea what they're trying to cast here. When the Eidolon dies, that's the moment you spell Queller a bolt. Oh, they're casting an Eidolon. Oh. Do I even do anything about this? I think the answer is actually no. I think I don't care about Eidolon. So, reason being, I have a Collect the Company, and I don't want to spell Queller the Eidolon. They can't attack me. I can attack them. I have a 4-drop, so I'm not taking Eidolon damage. And I've got... Yeah, I have attacks. They don't have attacks. Yeah, why would I do anything about this? And they're going to be taking at least 3 damage every time they cast a spell, thanks to their Sunbaked Canyons being their lands. So I'm just going to, like, Collect the Company end of turn, and then try to spin myself into just, like, Lords. And I get Lords. Let's go. I also don't care about that Skyclave Apparition right now. So let's just do this. Yeah, like... Yeah, they are donezo. So what do we got? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. So I only need to attack with 7 to provide a 2-turn clock. So that's just what I'll do. Well, I guess it's 8, but still. Alright. Well, game, blouses. Alright, so here what I'm going to do is block the Sanctifier and block the Eidolon like this because I don't want to kill the Eidolon. If they Skullcrack to do me 3 damage, I'm very okay with that because they're taking 4 to get the Sanctifier off the table. And they're bolting my Drog Skullcat. Okay, they're off it. I'm like, why are they still playing this? Alright, sick. So... Look at us go. Bant Spirits beating Burn 2-0 against a shitty matchup. We take those. My fucking Lanta. Just regular burn. Man. This is funny too because like this is the first matchup we lined up against too. Immediately after I told Colin in the chat that burn was not that much of the meta anymore, the first matchup we come across was burn. I still think Bant Spirits is favored against classic burn. I mean, blue-white is definitely favored. But I think Bant specifically is much worse against it because like Bant takes a lot of damage from its own mana base. It's alright, I'm used to getting lied to. I figure I might as well call myself on that one before you get the chance to make fun of me, right? But yeah, no, I don't know. Like, Bant takes a lot of damage from its own mana base. And, like, a lot of the cards are just so easy to deal with that even when you get them a turn early with Hierarch, they're still just, like, okay. Like, the Drogskull Captains, they can just, like, Searing Blaze you out, and that just feels miserable. Now I'm running 4-core Firewalker main deck. Oh, God. Larry Legend 19. I don't think that's a username I've seen before. Our hand is okay. They mulliganed. No, fuck that. This has got to go. This is much better. I have no idea what I'm playing against, but this hand is better against it. Alright, what are we fighting? Rogren Triumph. That could be anything. That could even be a Triumph. So, I probably should just play Temple Garden so I could fetch for, like, Hella Fountain later, but whatever, I'll just Breeding Pool now, I guess. So, Triumph means that this bird is most likely getting, like, the bad end of, like, a Prismatic Ending or a Bolt. Yeah, sure. Oh, we're playing against Scape Shift. Okay, okay. Oh man! I kind of wanted that on turn 2, but oh well. So, unfortunately, we're kind of stuck skipping this turn. We knew that was a possibility when we put back the Shacklegeist, but even against this deck, I think I would still rather have the 2 Cocos. Like, this is annoying because this could just be, like, a Dryad. Yeah. So, like, I will say that this is pretty obnoxious. White, white, blue. Oops, that's not blue. There we go. So this can still catch a bolt or something, so like obnoxious. But starting next turn, I get to start firing off the Cocos. Iteration, yeah, you got it. And if my collected companies can spin into, I don't know, say Mausoleum Wanderers to start countering Bring to Lights or something good there, then we might actually find a way out of this. But I would really like exact 1, 2, 3 cycling, sure. Yep. So I do want like a Skyclave to get rid of this. That would be super nice. Not what I asked for, but let's grab a basic Plains here. And I should probably just do this now. I don't want to walk into exactly like a counterspell. Drogskull, Mausoleum, Rattlefins. Ah, shit. Alright, well, maybe the next one will be better. Well. Alright. Oof, incoming. So, Drogskull Captain down, which is awful. Yep. So now this guy can't counter a Bring to Light anymore. But I still think it was right to... Oh, they just had another bolt. Alright. But I honestly believe that we're still fine assuming that this Coco can turn into... Ah, shit. Now it needs to turn into two of them. Alright, so let's at least play for it. Oh, boy. 2 Skyclaves? 2 Skyclaves? 0 Skyclaves. Alright, we did it. 0 Skyclaves. Alright, we'll concede. Yikes. Alright, so here I don't mind the Aether Gusts. Prismatic Ending where X is 3 is ultra desperate, but, you know, might need to do it. Shacklegeist is, again, not great in this matchup. 2 cards that I don't necessarily need here. I guess Droxco Captain actually is the worst card here. Okay. And I don't think I want Force here. Actually, that might be false. No, Force is good. And there's still 20 real creatures for hits for the Cocos. Yeah, alright. I think that's enough. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do with that? Okay. This is better. So we'll do this, and I will ship away... I guess the Prismatic Ending? Yeah, because Aether Gust and Skyclave can take care of the same number of problems, and they don't actually play anything other than, what, Ren and 6 that I would be worried about from that, so yeah. Alright. So let's do this. Our friend Misty Rainforest can look for a Hallowed Fountain, and then we can kind of start going from there. I do want another white source to look for Skyclave Apparition, but that is future Andre's problem because it is mulligan, so... Oh, that's a good start, too. Alright, so I do actively like the idea of Aether Gust into Spell Queller into Skyclave if I draw a white source. We got our first one for the Spell Queller, though, so, like, I'm still medium happy about this, and if they bolt a Rattle Chains, then I'm not sad about that. Like, I would prefer that it lived. Okay, sure. Oh, well, there's our white source. Alright, cool. So I guess I'll grab basic planes. Alright, well, let's see what we can get out of this. Iteration. Yeah, alright. I don't know how much, I mean, if they have, like, another untapped land lightning bolt, then whatever. Oh, okay, cool. But I will be medium excited about getting to keep something in play with this Aether Gust here. The combination of the Aether Gust plus Wazlane Wanderer should be responsive enough to deal with most situations here too. If they have a Dryad as their draw, I'll be alright with that. Why not wait until end of turn because you don't need to counter stuff? Just bring the dual land in tapped. Wait until end of turn for what? Oh, you mean with the fetch land? I don't know. I always find it's better like to have the mana. Prismatic Ending on my Mausoleum Wanderer. Yeah, sure. Like, I don't know. Like, you're technically right, but in the event where I needed my mana for, I don't know, something else responsive, I usually find that it's better to give myself the option to use all of my mana when fighting a counter war, rather than they can respond to things with my fetch land activation on the stack. So, like, in the event where I needed all my mana, I don't want them to have 2 spells active, because, like, you know, if I crash my fetch, they can just respond to that, and it sucks to be me. And I just didn't want to walk into that. So, what are we doing here? Path to Exile? No, Prismatic Ending. I no longer know what they're doing. I don't know anything about the world anymore. Oh, they're casting an Omnath. I actually am gonna let that resolve, because I can just Skyclave it and I'll have the mana to deal with that. So bad things, or I can give myself a draw step to worry about that. And in the draw step, I can draw another Queller, another Aether Gust, a Coco. No, I'm just gonna do this. I don't want to deal with that. And worst case scenario, I'll still be able to Skyclave it afterwards. They put that on top. Okay, sure. Oh, there's the Coco. All right, cool. So we talked about possible solutions. We found one of them. So that's good times. And so if they just, like, I don't know, try it again, then I will play for a Queller. I think playing for a Queller is better than playing for a Skyclave Apparition. Like, I've seen the same number of both this game. Got the Queller. Cool. And I think I will take Skyclave anyway. I'd rather have an attacker than a Hierarch. I'm a little sad that, like, I saw the apparition here and not, oh shit. They're also just not going to be able to clear it. That's nice. So I guess we attack for 6. So this is ultra fucking sketchy, though. Because, like, if they kill both of these Quellers, I don't have any way to protect them right now. Like, there's no Rattle Chains or anything in my hand. And this Skyclave is, looking a little sketch. Not gonna lie. So if this is like Anger to Gods, then I'm just sad. Fuck. Alright. Well, that sucks. Oh, they're my abilities, so I have to put them on the stack. So we're pretty sad about this. Ugh. But at least we saved the Skyclave so that we can still get rid of the Omnath. But man, this is looking like sad times for us here. So the Skyclave can get rid of Omnath. That's good at least. They have a land, so they go back up to 11. Humph. Oh, now we get a Rattle Chains. Alright, well, that's still fine. So I can do this, because it's not like this is getting countered. So, and then I can protect it with the Rattle Chain, so that's not nothing. And I'll do it like this so that it's an uncounterable Rattle Chains too. So what have we seen? We've seen 2 Quellers, we've seen 2 Apparitions, a Mausoleum Wanderer, 1 Rattle Chains. I know where another one of these are of each. Okay, got it. So don't be Escape Shift? Ah, shit. Is this seriously a fucking Escape Shift? Oh, 7? God damn it, it is Escape Shift. Fuck me. Alright. Wait, it can't be Escape Shift. They don't have double green. So what the hell is this? Bring to light for Escape Shift? Oh, yeah. Alright, sucks to be me. Yeah, so we're dead. That sucks. Yep. So bad. So, while they're resolving this, I'll go ahead and give my little complaints about Bant's mana base too. So remember what we were saying earlier against Burn, that Bant is honestly just worse than blue-white against that deck because it takes damage from its own mana base. Well, remember, like, Bant plays a lot of fetches and shocks where the only of those effects that, you know, blue-white plays is like a couple of Hell Fountains and just the 4 copies of Flooded Strand. So we're actually at 18. If this deck was blue-white, we would most likely be at 19 instead of 18, and that's a really big deal because right now, instead of dying, we could be presenting lethal. So I'm going to go ahead and ship this one. Like, we're dead. So that's unfortunate. Okay. But that's actually one of the Veil of Summer? What would Veil of Summer have done there? Veil of Summer doesn't have text there. Yeah, because, like, they didn't counter any of our spells or do anything blue to us. All they did was, like, search your deck for lands and kill us. Hey, what's up, Mr. Cool? How you doing? Hey, join match. And we got the roll against Tunneling Cat. Oh, cool. So she is almost always on Eldrazi Tron, and this hand is pretty good against that, not gonna lie. I'm not sure if she's streaming or even if she's still playing E-Tron right now, but honestly, I don't even know that it necessarily matters whether she is or isn't with this hand. Like, this specific hand is fine either way. So with this hand, what I can do... Okay, it looks like she is. So this can be a turn to Drogskull Captain. Because I don't really care about Teferi against this deck. And if this turns into just like... I don't know. What could she even have that I care about right now? A Warping Whale to get rid of my bird. That's fine. So this, I have blue, I have this. I can just get a Hell Fountain and just play the other Drogskull Captain now. So like that's lit. So this does have a little potential to kind of backfire here. If she has exactly Tron plus like All Is Dust, that would suck. But I can't do anything about that. So Urza Saga's not that bad. Matter Reshaper literally doesn't matter. So it is kind of a running joke amongst a lot of people that, like, when your opponent plays, I'm just going to do this in LD for a turn, right? I can also just, yeah, whatever. I'll just do that. Valakut isn't blue or black. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Veil of Summer only cares if an effect is literally blue or black. Alright, what are we doing? We are chalicing on 1. That is almost irrelevant. So let's grab this, put it into play tapped. Alright, let's take her down to 3. And, this is gonna be pretty miserable from her side. Good, it is. And now I will be medium sad about having gotten rid of, the... What am I thinking of? Subtleties, duh. So, here, cards that I least want... I kind of want my entire deck. Shit. I want, like, everything here. I guess Rattle Chains is the worst card. Yeah, like, I want all of my aggressive draw. I want my lower. It's Collector Oof is pretty okay. Like, it's great against Walking Ballista. It's good against Mind Stone and Expedition Map. So, like, it has play. And then the Shacklegeist are really good against, like, the Thought Not Seer slash, whatever the 5/5 is called. Reality Smasher. And this hand does not suck. Cool. The best part about this hand is that it is almost immune to a Chalice on 1. So, like, I'm going to get to play this. She can play a Chalice on 1 to try to, I don't know, play around some path like removal that I didn't bother siding in. The only downside to this is that if my bird gets, like, a Dismember or something, then my hand is pretty loosey-goosey. Doesn't Oof screw the Tron lands? No, they are not artifact lands. Yeah, these have nothing to do with, like, literal artifacts. Okay, so she did bolt the bird. No! Alright, Alright, this sucks. And I'm getting Thought Knotted. Oh, no, another Reality Smasher. Okay, that's fine. I should just do this. Oh, man, it was on top, so I didn't need to do that? Fuck. Alright. Well, now I feel a little dumb. Doesn't Oof do something with big mana stuff? No. Collector Oof says that if... Oh, stop it. Another Smasher, another Smasher. Or Reshaper, whatever they're called. Card titles are hard, okay? So I can do this. And I can Spell Quell or something, but I doubt she's going to get a spell. I think she's just going to make a construct anyway. So let's just do this. And starting next turn... Oh, I'm... Yeah, we're just making a construct. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh no, she's just getting a Tron land. Well, that blows. Can I do anything about whatever's happening here? 7 mana? What's 7 mana? Ugin? Alright. Yeah, we're off it. She got me. Yes. Yeah, activated abilities of artifacts can't be activated. That is all it does. Yes, Oof is literally just Stony Silence. Honestly, I don't know what card you are thinking of. Yeah, I have no idea what card you're trying to think of. That sucks. Oh, come on. Magic. Not like this. Oh, man. Oh, this happens every time against this deck. Thinking of Gaddock Teague. Oh, yeah. Gaddock Teague says that you can't... What is this? Oh, man, this is so bad. Alright. Yeah, Gaddock Teague says you can't play spells with CMC 4. Nope. Alright, well. Sucks to suck, I guess. Well, upside. We didn't draw the Collector Oof that would have shut this off. Oh no, we're getting thought knotted too. Well, goodbye Skyclave apparition. Oh my god. Yep. Alright, sucks to be me. Ay. Alright. So I guess I can play this and at least try to fight back. If I draw another land, I can Coco. So, not for nothing, this is... Fuck me. Alright. And we had to land too. Great. So, here I can attack... and I can cast a force. So if they play a non-creature spell, I can at least get out of that. So optimally, I can draw a non-creature spell. Fuck, a Reality Smasher. Yep. All this dust. Well, all this dust I have settled. So I take 9 and go to 5? Fuck. So maybe we draw a land? Okay. So... God, what do we even do to get out of this? So I can play Spell Queller, double block Reality Smasher, take this, go to 1, and try to untap and play a Coco to do something about Thought Knot Seer. But, like, I'm pretty sure I'm just fucking dead. The crack... Oh, never mind. She's just going to get something with Tron. So I can't even get away with that. Oh, she just has another Reality Smasher. Shit. Yeah, alright, we're dead. Well, that sucks. Jesus Christ, that was bad. Alright, so... Wow. I got E-Tron, like... Yeah, got me. I found the one E-Tron pilot. Well, technically it is 2. Yama Killer also plays it. But, alright, that's going to be enough of that. So, let's go ahead and drop from here. And I am going to go ahead and kind of call that a day here. So... Unfortunate as far as things go there, but like I don't know. I lost the matchup lottery, I guess. Like I found the E-Tron player. We did beat Burn, even though Burn is losing the matchup lottery, and we found Bring to Light Scapeshift, which we have a really hard time against Valakut decks too. So I don't know, you got me. So what I'm going to do on Wednesday, though, I do want to play the list I actually like, though, the Blue-White Spirits. Just going to kind of go back to, like, doing the thing I like doing the most here. And I think this deck is still just, like, really just, like, what I want to be doing all the time. Like, I love the Thalias right now. Like, we see Thalias just, like, great against a whole lot of things. The Aether Vials are pretty decent. Kira's good. I still like the idea of the portable holes. Like, these would have been really good against the Burn player. The Chalices are obviously good, and Subtleties would have helped out quite a bit against the E-Tron player too. So I think the combination of cards that are in here are probably what I want to be doing. Good evening. I still don't like Bant over Blue-White. I mean, I don't know. I've said this on stream a few times. Like, Collected Company and I are just not friends. Like, I don't like it. It doesn't like me. You know, we have a little bit of a mutual respect there. Because I just, like, never get to cast it, or when I do, it gets the cards I don't really need. And when it helps, it's usually matches I'm already winning. So it's just like, okay, I guess. But, I don't know. This deck is, usually doing the things I like doing. So I'm going to try this on Wednesday. I really like the sideboard with all the options to basically play just about everything for free, where you have like free Subtleties, free Forces, free Solitudes. This costs 1, and you side this in against decks where you want X to be 0 anyway. So playing all of your good tempo cards like Wanderer, Thalia, Spell Queller with all of this extra free shit seems like super gas. Dre's friendship with Coco has ended. My friendship with Coco was never in place. No, and like this is something that's not even like close to new. The ending of this relationship is like more than a year old. Like I have hated Coco longer than I've been dating Kristen. So so there's that. But I am on Twitch gonna go ahead and look for somebody to raid us over to. On YouTube, both of the deck's descriptions are going to be in the channel here. Looks like French just starting, so if you guys want to watch some Primeval Titan, I'll ship y'all over to him. And yeah, everybody, thanks for stopping in. I will see y'all on Wednesday, and just enjoy the rest of your evenings. Also, was this meme? Oh shit, the meme. Yeah, you know what? Before we raid. Yanchovic mentioned the mana symbol rap video thing, talking about Modern's ban list. So let me see what the hell you're talking about there. Modern ban list. I don't know. Mana symbol, like the instrument. I forgot all about that. Here it is. Put cards on the Modern ban list in MTG parody video. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's check it out. Let's see what happens here.
We're back. I got some sweet cards for my deck. Yeah, you've been learning so quickly. Let's see what you got. Let's do it. A few moments later. All right, attack you with Monastery Swift Spear, Kichu Lava Runner, and Fury. I guess Asuza.
Does Lava Runner go in the mono red Hayashi deck? I didn't think they played Lava Runner. Anyway, not the point.
Kichu
Not the point.
Lava Runner and Primeval Titan blocks Monastery Swift Spear. Guess I'll take the hit from Fury. You guys are gonna want to see this. Play Blazing Shoal, pitching Myojin of Infinite Rage. Blazing Shoal? No. You can't play that. That card is banned. This is banned? Yeah, it's banned. Are there any other cards on the Modern ban list? Well, I could just tell you. Dude, why is there music? But maybe I'd rather show you. Why do you have a spatula and a wooden spoon? Is this a Billie Eilish thing?
Ouch. Ouch. Billie Eilish? Not Billy Idol.
Bitter blossom back someday, skull clamp, stone forge, sword of the meek. Ancestral visions on suspend, Jace Ben Hill.
Did he put the die on 5? He did.
On suspend, Jace Ben Hill come back again. Glimpse of nature, dread return, hypergenesis. Dude, it's okay, I can just look it up on my phone. Whatever. Chromox, Dark Depths, Great Furnace, Misstep, Tree of Tales, Seaton, then Golgari, Grave Troll. Vault of Whispers, Blazing Shoal, Cloud Posters gotta go. Green Sun, Zenith, Red of Flames, and Sage Divine and Top. Cards on the Modern ban list. Don't know how they got there, but they must be unfair. Cards on the Modern ban list. You would.
I have a feeling this video is going to go into an entire little verse about KCI.
Think they plan it, if they brace, they ban it. Unban the pinnacle, scape shift makes me cynical. Wild in the card, I'll be fire bond of preordained. Something's wrong with Bloodbraid Elf, seething song, excuse yourself. Second sunrise time is up and DRS must go. Bitter blossom deemed safe, wild in the card, I'll take your place. Birthing pod just can't stay, restricts all the design space. Unban the grave troll, dig through time, it's gotta go. Treasure cruiser, no go, Del just might be busto. Cards on the Modern ban list, some of them confuse us until
We haven't talked about KCI yet.
they abuse us. Cards on the Modern ban list, and we'll add on to it as soon as you brew it. Claiming twin for the win, die for sins, unban win, summer bloom, amulet, ban on Titan, save it. Ancestral vision so safe, Dr. Sword won't chafe, winter's coming, no fun, Eye of Hugin, you're done. With it with my front load, getting probers gotta go. Jason Bloodbraid in the clear, Modern looking less austere. The CER just won't comply, so we're banning KCI. Oh God, dredged on a roll, reban the grave troll. Cards on the Modern ban list.
Okay.
Since they made a fire, it's become a pyre. Cards on the Modern ban list. Will they cause an upset, ban them now, then forget. Unsymmetrical effects, war as hell, what comes next? Here comes the horizon, Modern interest peaks again.
Oh boy.
Proxies, Hogak's got some moxie. Ban the bridge from below, right back to the status quo. Leyline mirrors, Hogak's worse. Why didn't we just ban it first? Don't Forge Magic gets a shot, faithless Luton boycott. we never cracked it. Sometimes they're redacted. Urza gets to stay and play. Opal has to go away. Oh, go, bro, go. Michael sent Lattice. Once upon a time we banned Astrolabe and Broken Lands, Mystic Sanctuary Dread, and the Field of the Dead. Cascade, Rule Change, Trickery, Bandit, Stranger, Ogos. Time is through. Mana Monkey, now Taboo. Which card is going next? Luris, Bobble, Itchmouth next. Urza Saga, Ragavan. I can't take another ban. Cards on the modern ban list. Now you know the story, hope it wasn't boring.
Is that one of the magic books? I think that's probably one of the magic books.
Cards on the modern ban list. Don't know how they got there, but they must be unfair. Cards on the modern ban list. Since they made a fire, it's become a pyre. Cards on the modern ban list. For the sake of turn 4, we've just had to add more. Cards on the modern ban list. And we'll add on to it as soon as you brew it.
All right, so we did the thing. So yeah, I actually expected the little segment about KCI to be a little longer because like people absolutely hated that deck, but whatever, cool. We watched the thing. It was amusing. So yeah, let's go ahead and ship y'all over to Fran who just started. So that's kind of cool. And on YouTube, you can check out both lists, like I said in the video description. I will see y'all on Wednesday.